Good morning, Jenna. And yes, the sunlight really does look rather spectacular off the backs of the Impala. And we'll go and have a look at that now. I just want to see if anyone else has come to join us. Really lovely and clear. So hopefully the wildebeest will also be around at some point. Perhaps we'll get some zebra. We'll just have to wait and see. Also gemsbok. But we'll just have to see what the day brings us. It'll be lovely to see some of those white ghosts as well. The elephant. But it's been some time. All the water and food and vegetation that is around. Some guinea fowl now calling. So I think we've got quite a cool little view from here. Lovely quiet top. No wind really to speak of. So an awesome silhouette that's being given then. Maybe those guinea fowl are perhaps alarming. I haven't been able to pick them up just yet. But maybe we have the presence of a jackal around. Or maybe they're just giving us a morning call. But they do alarm a little bit. So we'll just have to wait and see. Zoom in here. Perhaps we'll see some of those bush chickens running about. So a very action-packed and rather peaceful start today. Did just say that the guinea fowl perhaps were starting an alarm, but it seems that all is quiet at the moment. Of course, lovely to see all the impalas, bachelor herd, rather big one at that, and the springbok with us too. Still yet to see the ewes come through with the lambs. Waiting for that, as that'll be quite special. Yet to see the black-faced impala lamb myself. So something I'm looking forward to personally. However, nice just to sit here and watch as everyone goes through their morning routine and a little bit of breakfast underway. Good morning, Anna-Marie. Yes, it really is rather spectacular. Lovely to see some clear skies for a change. And of course, all the Springbok and Impala that are with us at the moment as well. Really special, nice way to kickstart a morning. The guinea fowl starting to call again. Doesn't seem to be too hectic at the moment. I'm yet to pick them up though as well. So just looking for some dark shapes running around. They are rather quick as well. So once we do pick up on them, I'll try and have a look too. Also sure at some point, with the sun being out like this, it is going to get rather warm, and we should probably see the Springbok or even the Impala taking refuge under the shade, or in the shade at least, under the tree. So lots going on at the moment. We've had quite a bit of bird activity as well, at least vocally. Red-billed spurfowl just going off. Blacksmith lapwing calling. We've seen the Egyptian geese as well. And obviously heard those guinea fowl too. Looks like some of the Impala getting a little bit giddy there, the young rams. Just drop down a little bit. I'd rather special just to sit here and just enjoy both of these antelope feeding and grazing around us. So we're just enjoying a quiet moment here at the moment. Well, that seems like a bit of an oxymoron, but we are here obviously just enjoying grazing Springbok and Impala that are here to the southern side of Akakuya Waterhole. A couple more Springbok off in the distance and just picking up on any of the bird audio that is also playing for us right now. It does sound like there's an Icterine's warbler perhaps that call now. I do need to double check that. Quite cool watching the little rams also enjoying a bit of a little play bout at the moment. Very cool with those devilthorn flowers as well. I'm getting the first audio of our European bee eaters, so they're always great to hear. Lovely to hear them as well. And it looks like everyone kind of scattering away. I think there's a bit of maintenance going on just behind us. But they are still in frame. And we're just going to stick here for a moment. Perhaps they'll get a bit closer. Otherwise, we'll zoom back out and have a look to see who's on the other side of the waterhole. And the lapwing's not too happy with the presence of someone, it seems, although there are lots of them. And you hear and see them throughout the course of the day as well. So I must correct myself. I do think that there was in fact a boo-boo that was calling. I'm just going to move the camera a little bit. That little trill that was going on earlier, there's an acacia pied barbet. But I am just going through a few calls here as well. Let's just see where these pile all head off to. There's a little grebe as well. I think, otherwise let's just get in a little closer. It does look like that is one of the grebes. Or it's one of the Egyptian geese that have just gone off by themselves. Oh no, it's a teal. It seems. So that's a nice new addition. It seems to me to be a Hottentot teal. Very cool. So a nice new waterfowl for us here at Okakuyo. That or a Cape shoveler. We just need to try and pick up and see if we can't get any iridescence there. So I will confirm this ID just now. Hi Adam, who's 12. Thank you very much for your question. Adam wanting to know what happens to the vegetation in the winter season. So Adam, we're currently in the wet season, and obviously with the rains bring and help everything else grow. And with that, then obviously we get the green flush and all the vegetation that we've just seen now coming through and popping out. So because of that rain, we then have all the vegetation. But of course then, when it is the dry season, there isn't water, and the vegetation then dies back down and looks rather arid then. Very dry, very sparse. It kind of does look like either the surface of Mars or the moon at times. Just keeping eye on this. Do just want to confirm what I think it is. So I currently think it is a Hottentot teal. That we're going to be, but if anyone has an idea, please let me know. If you can confirm an ID. I can't see any real iridescence at the moment, but just having a little look to see out what might be found here. So I think I'm going to stick with my decision for the moment. I think it is a Hottentot teal and a female. But if you do have an idea and you wish to let me know, please do. But for me, that looks like a female Hottentot teal. So nice new bird for the waterhole. Lovely to see that. I'm going to zoom back out. Let's get an idea as to what else is going on around the waterhole. Of course, also coming through with the rains as well. So you get a lot of seasonal movement. There are the springbuck up there. It looks like there might be a number of these teals around. So while I sit here and try and get a real or button down confirmation on ID here, we're off to Nick to go and say good morning to him in Kariega and see what's going on there.
Okay, while Alex is doing a bit of birding there, welcome to Kariega for the morning, for our escape to nature as the morning progresses. My name is Nick and I'm going to be your photo naturalist for today. And we're starting the day off here at Scotia Dam. We have had a continuation of the weather that we had yesterday. Gloomy skies again today, thick cloud cover. We have experienced a little bit of rain this morning. So it's taking everybody a little bit longer than usual to rouse themselves and get up out of bed this morning. But it is nonetheless lovely to be out and about here in the Eastern Cape. So the birds have been doing their thing this morning much more than some of the antelope species of the area. I feel like a lot of the antelope have headed down to some of the thicker sections to just get a little bit of protection from the rain. Not too much wind, which is quite nice. So the rain that we've had, we've oscillated between sections of hard downpours to sort of slight constant drizzles. It has started to fill up a few of our little mud wallows, which is always amazing to see. Obviously, in terms of sensitivity to the environment and things like that, a lot of our roads will start to be closed off some of the seasonal ones, but there will still be many that we can traverse along, which will be fine. So we should be good to go. And you can see in our frame here we've got some sacred ibis right at the back there. We do have Egyptian geese on the left. We've got yellow-billed ducks in the water. We've got some herons as well on the right-hand side. Crystal, so happy to have you here today. I'm glad you're enjoying all our little tweets. Oh, I'm definitely enjoying their company here as well. We've got some helmeted guinea fowls here. I thought we'd maybe pan across and get a view of them. We do know once they get up and moving that they're tricky birds to stay with. So they've literally just popped out in the last minute or so. Remember, this is going to be the most predominant species of guinea fowl that we find here. The helmeted guinea fowl. A little bit of a blue head. A few little splashes of red there as well. And we've got a sacred ibis photobombing us at the bottom of the frame. He might be getting slightly cut off. But the rain stopped maybe for the last sort of hour or so. You can see all of our guinea fowl coming out to clean themselves, preen themselves, get those feathers sorted. I feel like even if they wanted to do some dust bathing, it might be hard to find some dry soil at this point in time. Everything's pretty saturated now, pretty wet. You can see we've got some Hodidar ibis right at the top left hand side of the frame in the distance. So lovely bits of birding activity here at Scotia Dam this morning. I feel like both animals and birds alike, everyone's going to be doing a bit of cleaning, preening and grooming this morning. Taking care of that hygiene.
Are you ready for the ultimate fireside chat? Join James, Lauren, Cedric, and special guest Byron Soro as they pit some of Africa's iconic wild animals against each other. Who will be crowned the ultimate king of the jungle? Don't miss the incredible finale of our Safari Bowl weekend. Catch it live on February 11th.
leopard, it's tough going. You know, mom has been providing a lot of food for you. Maybe at that age, you know, leopard's caught a little mouse or two and things like that, potentially smaller prey species while it's been young. And probably caught a young antelope or two. But then all of a sudden mom drops it in the deep end and it's got to really hunt for itself. And at that stage, those young leopards become very opportunistic. And it was one of those young males at that sort of age. He saw a flock of guinea fowl moving around, and he waited patiently for about half an hour for the correct setup. And he managed to grab one of these guinea fowls. They were on the ground. And he grabbed one with his paws and he managed to kill it. And the rest of the flock flew up into a knobthorn tree and they went crazy, shouting. They were not happy campers. And in the end they ended up flying away. And this leopard had himself a little helmeted guinea fowl for breakfast. But that doesn't happen too often. You can imagine for a big fully grown leopard, this is really just going to make him salivate after he's finished eating a guinea fowl. But we do have one or two animal species starting to make an appearance. You can see we've got some eland in the background there, and our territorial wildebeest bull in the foreground. So those eland have been on that slope in the distance there for most of the morning. Really taking life slow, getting a good head start on the weekend. And if they can, why not? YOLO, as they say, you only live once. Jess, 10 years old. No, the leopard's not going to eat the feathers. It's looking for the meat. Remember the feathers, it's just going to get all over the place in its mouth, and there's no real nutrients in those feathers there, so it's looking for the meat. So it'll pluck those feathers off with its mouth, it'll pull them out with its mouth, and then spit them to the side. So a similar thing if a leopard caught something like an impala. You will often see a leopard taking the fur off of an impala, because otherwise that gets stuck in the mouth, and you know they get like those fur balls. So a leopard would take the fur off of an impala as well, and a similar process to what it would do with the guinea fowl. Then once it's done that, it can get to the meat where all of those nutrients are. Our wildebeest off to do his early morning rounds. Potentially he might do a little bit of scent marking today, now that we've had quite a bit of rain. Remember, they do have that preorbital gland close to the eye. He would potentially use that to do some scent marking, combined with scraping his hooves in the ground. Beautiful scene here with the rolling hills in the background and our sacred ibis probing around in the foreground here. They'll be looking for a few little earthworms, some insects. They've done a good job to keep themselves clean. Obviously, having those white feathers, those are going to get dirty very quickly. So I feel like they've done really well. Vicky, so a Hadida and a sacred ibis, that's a good question. They are part of the same family. They both are part of the ibis family. So it's a Hadida ibis and a sacred ibis. So, I mean, if you have a look at their body composition, pretty much the same size bird. They've got a long beak. Main differences come in terms of color. You can see the sacred ibis here is predominantly a white bird. He's got that blacker area closer to the base of his tail. And then he's got a black beak and a black head. Whereas your Hadida ibis is much more of a, sort of like a bronzy color, if you want to call it that. Same body shape, but just a different color, more of a uniform color. And then remember, the Hadida ibis does have that iridescent sheen on their wing panel, on the side of their wing. And when we've got our beautiful sunny conditions, that's going to pop up to be more of a greenish type of color. Whereas these sacred ibis, they don't have any iridescent feathers on their body. Remember, in terms of the ibis species, there are 4 different species that fall within the ibis family. So we've covered 2 of them. And then in South Africa, we will also get the bald ibis, who's got a very, very red head and red neck. No feathers on the head there at all. He's bald, like his name suggests. And then we'll also get a glossy ibis, which is more of a rufusy brownish color, but has also got a slight iridescence to it. I would say the most commonly found species is a Hadida ibis. After that, I would say it is a sacred ibis, and then probably a tie between bald ibis and glossy ibis. I've actually never seen a glossy ibis before myself. I have seen bald ibis a few times before. So bald ibis enjoying those really flat open areas. A lot of sort of farms, you will find bald ibis. You go to the Drakensberg, the foothills of the Drakensberg, you've got a very good chance of finding bald ibis there. You know, your Hadida is pretty much widespread throughout the whole of South Africa. So common, in fact, that I'm not too sure why it's not our national bird. So when I go home for my leaves, if it's not my body clock, first of all, that still wakes me up at 4:15, it'll either be a Hadida ibis or an Egyptian goose, one of the two. There's a pair of Egyptian goose that sit on the roof and start yakking away before the sun has even risen, letting everyone know they've survived their King Kong. Nature is beautiful. But at 4:15 in the morning, when you don't have to wake up at 4:15, you don't really want an Egyptian goose shouting on your rooftop. But it's amazing how your body clock works. You know, you get used to waking up at a certain time for, you know, a month or 6 weeks or whatever it is. And even when you can wake up whenever you want, your body still gets you up at the same time. You know, and often we'll go for a 2-week leave, and in the last 3 days or 4 days of that leave, your body will start to relax up a little bit and think, oh, let me wake up at 7:30, 8 o'clock, you know, cheeky. And then it's back to reality. can see where the sacred ibis is feeding. There's a little clump of shrubs there. That'll be providing good structure, good little hiding spots for a lot of the prey species that it's looking for. You can see how a lot of the time they do strategize their movements around these little clumps. You know, they'll move through the open areas as well. But I mean, looking specifically, not just at this general broad open clearing of Scotia Dam, but at little specific spots. You see that they do feed at clumps. You can see that one at the back there's got himself a little clump. This one in the foreground, I'm sure we'll see it moving towards this clump a little bit closer towards us here. Well, there's no shortage of food by the looks of things. It looks like they are absolutely smashing life here, catching things left, right and centre. Chris, the national bird, as far as I know, it's the secretary bird. The last I checked. That was definitely more of a joke of the Hadida being the national bird. It is a very common bird. I feel like as a national bird you want to have a nice majestic bird, you know. I mean, a Hadida, it is a beaut in terms of that iridescent sheen and things like that, but I certainly don't think it should well and truly be our national bird. Okay, there we go. That is why I'm not South Africa's leading ornithologist. The South African national bird is actually a blue crane. It's not a secretary bird. Oh goodness, I think I should stick to staying with my sacred ibises and Hadida ibises and not become a professional ornithologist. That one's going to go down in the record books. Alright, I think maybe let's take a pan across to Scotia Dam here. I can see we do have a few herons on the edge here. So this is quite a nice example of what we've got here, of a grey heron on the left hand side, and then it looks like a black-headed heron just on the right hand side of it there. You can see how the grey heron's got that completely white neck, and the black-headed heron has got more of those black colours on top of its head there. So that's a nice little comparison to do there. It looks like our grey heron doing a little bit of preening. So we have seen this grey heron being very successful here at Scotia Dam, catching plenty of frogs. Generally it's waded into the water. Remember, there's a lot of that sort of plant growth within the water itself, providing nice hiding areas for those frogs. And that's where that grey heron has been successful. I haven't seen this black-headed heron catch anything quite yet. I mean, not to say that it hasn't, it obviously has, but really nice to be able to take a good look at the different colours and the different makeup of the species there. You can see that grey heron's got a more yellowy coloured bill as well, whereas that black-headed heron's definitely got a more blackish coloured beak. And no shortage of our sacred ibis, more of them standing and moving around at the back there. So we did have a pair of South African shell ducks here at Scotia Dam this morning. They seem to have moved off. They were being given quite a tough time from the local Egyptian goose pair. I think we're going to take you from one waterhole to the next, and we're going to send you across to Ben in Madikwe.
Torrential rains also up here in Madikwe. It seems to be afflicting the entire country, but the skies, well, are hardly clear. They're still quite cloudy, but it is not raining, so we're very grateful for that. And we are sitting at the beautiful Chikudu Dam, and we have got a crocodile on the bank there that you can see, one of only a few crocodiles up here in the northwest of South Africa and the Madikwe Game Reserve, because being up in the northwest, it is a fairly dry climate, very close to the Kalahari area, and we do not support much of a population of large aquatic animals. There are only a few crocodiles that I'm aware of on the reserve, and this one, as far as I know, is the only one in this enormous dam that is Chikudu Dam, and has the monopoly on everything. So he or she must be a little bit lonely, but is probably enjoying some personal space. But after yesterday's torrential downpours, literally we were driving home through a sea, and we couldn't really see the road. We just had to sort of remember where it was or follow the gaps in between the grass on either side of the road. Things have, well, not exactly dried out, but are in the process of drying out, and I'm sure this crocodile is enjoying a little bit of warmth as the sun sort of fights to find some gaps in the cloud cover. But not a bad way to start the day, I say. If any of you are unaware where Madikwe is, so we are in the northwest province of South Africa, very close to the Botswanan border, and Gaborone is just a stone's throw away from us in a northwesterly direction. But it really is a truly beautiful spot. But my name is Ben, and on camera with me, as always, I have Igor. And yeah, we're out and about in 70,000 hectares of Kalahari thornfelt, basically, and we will have a look and see what we can find you today. Although I have to say it might be a bit tricky. So after all the rain, the animals are going to be very, very spread out. And we are a little bit restricted as to where we can go today, because a lot of the roads are flooded after yesterday. But look at those views. And so the huge expanse that is Chikudu Dam here, which would normally have a steady stream of animals come down to drink, but there is a puddle every sort of 10 meters or so, so I don't think we're going to have a great deal of activity coming in and out of the dam, but it's always just a pleasure to sit and spend time here. You can see these beautiful dead trees that are a real feature of this dam. Look at that stunning reflection. Amazing place to come to view sunsets and to do some stargazing here. Reflections on the water are really spectacular. But for now, the only activity does seem to be this one lonesome crocodile. And of course, being a cold-blooded reptile, like all reptiles, as I said, he's probably just trying to warm up after what was a very cool afternoon and night. Morgan, your comms broke up just at the wrong moment. I heard you were asking me a question from Carla, but I didn't hear the question at all. Sorry, Carla. We'll get your question again now. Yes, Carla, we do, unfortunately, because the Kalahari soils are quite sandy in nature. Obviously, when we do have heavy rains, it does tend to weather away at the road and eat away at the road and transport it elsewhere. So yes, we do have a lot of soil erosion, but the management policies here at Madikwe are very strict and very good. So we do our absolute best to stop too much damage. As I said this morning, many of the sort of more tributary roads are closed to protect those soils until they dry out. The sandy soils are not quite so bad because they have good drainage, but we do have some areas which are a little bit more what we call black cotton soils, and those are definitely a no-go for a few days now, because that is like driving through, I don't know, am I allowed to say snot? Well, I suppose it's too late now, I've said it, but it's like driving through snot. And you will get stuck there very quickly and dig great big ruts with your tyres, which is obviously environmentally not a very good thing to do, so we are under strict instructions to avoid those roads. But yes, there is erosion, and there are quite a few dongas and things. We actually drove a couple of roads yesterday morning before the rains came, because we've had quite a lot of rain over the last week. We were driving down roads and I was having to sort of straddle a channel which had formed in the roads that had been where soil had been carried away by all the water, which wasn't there a day or two ago. So it's something that happens quite quickly, and you can see it happening in front of your eyes pretty much. But so we always sound as if we're complaining about the rain. I would just like to reiterate that we love the rain and we need the rain, and we don't have enough of it in Africa, but this does tend to happen, that we get nothing for a long period of time and then we get some almighty downpours. There was flashes of lightning and rumbles of thunder last night. It was all very, very dramatic. If anybody was watching the sunset safari last night, it was probably around about 5:30. We were sitting with a herd of elephants and there was great big rumbles of thunder and this massive black cloud that was coming in that just absolutely drenched us, and we had to go and seek cover, and we're very grateful for Madikwe Safari Lodge for taking us in for the majority of the torrential downpour, but we managed to get back unscathed. Hi Crystal. He does have beautiful markings. I'm going to call him a he, I don't know why, probably because he's a loner. But it could easily be a female, very difficult to tell unless you want to have a look under the tail. But I agree, very striking markings, quite a lot more sort of yellow and black contrast than you would normally expect to see. I don't know, obviously this is not my normal area of operation, so hard to say that this is just what the Nile crocodiles look like up here, but it's certainly not a different species. There are no subspecies of the Nile crocodile. All of Africa just has that. But why a crocodile would need regional variations, I'm not sure, because of course it is an ambush predator which spends most of its time in the water, so it doesn't really need to camouflage itself against the surroundings. So I'm going to guess it's just a sort of a genetic variation of the pigmentation in the skin. But very, very pretty, I agree. Almost like a leopard tortoise or leopard rosettes. You do get some crocodiles which are fairly just sort of greeny brown in colour, and lack this yellow pigmentation in the scales. You can see that big muscular tail. He propels himself through the water, and they can sort of wag that tail or thrash that tail and get their entire body length out of water vertically if they need to. And that of course is the big propulsion system that launches them out from the shallows and grabs hold of a poor unsuspecting mammal coming down to drink, perhaps. This is not the biggest crocodile you'll ever see. It's maybe 2 meters in length, possibly just a little bit under, but so very, very long lived. So I mean, hard to say, and obviously whether it's male or a female has a big difference as well. Normally even a fully grown adult female won't get much more than about 3.5 meters. A big male can be up to about 5. The record crocodile, Nile crocodile, is just over 6 meters and weighs well over a ton. And actually probably the scariest thing we have out here. We talk about elephants and lions and buffaloes, but there's something very sinister about a crocodile. This clandestine hunter that lives in the depths and just launches itself out at unsuspecting victims. And so I would normally always put them in the same sort of category as snakes, scorpions, spiders, sharks. These are things that have remained unchanged for potentially tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of years. And as I like to say, it is the epitome of it's not broken, don't fix it. It works, so why bother changing? And it's worked for millennia. Drongo, yes, they do to some extent. There are various reports of birds and things that will take the chance that when the crocodiles are lying with their mouths open, either to absorb heat or to shed heat, or possibly to sort of burn away some of that bacteria that develops in the mouth, there are birds that will come along and sort of actively pick out food from in between their teeth. Other than that, I'm unaware of it. I've never seen an oxpecker on a crocodile or anything like that. Of course, there is competition between crocodiles and things like lions if there is a kill close to the water. I don't know exactly which birds specialize in cleaning crocodiles, and I don't know whether perhaps terrapins do, but to my knowledge they don't really have an issue with ticks and things because of the scales on their skin, so I don't see why they would need any assistance from terrapins to sort of clean ectoparasites off them. But so it has been documented of some birds helping to clean crocodiles' teeth. Not that it's anything I've ever witnessed. But the birds don't seem to be too concerned. I mean, it's not unusual to see a bird wandering around right next to a crocodile's jaws. Occasionally I've seen one sort of snap at one, perhaps trying to be a little opportunistic, but I think the birds back themselves to get out of the croc's way if needs be. Speaking of birds, here you've got a little three-banded plover enjoying this bounty. See, we've got possibly another one moving around at the back there, but quite far away. Let's see if I can Get the binos out and see what that one is at the back. Ah, it is another. Oh no, that is a common sandpiper that you may just see a little bit of movement behind the foreground plover. But quite far away, right at the top of the screen, you can just see a blacksmith lapwing chilling out on the other bank there. But of course the rain has brought out the insects, not in as many numbers Igor and I were chatting about this morning. We were saying it's strange that we haven't seen any great sort of plagues of alates, the winged reproductive termites and things out and about, but there were quite a few moths and other winged things flitting around last night, but we didn't have any great eruptions, but it is probably a little bit late in the year for that now. We do have a little blacksmith lapwing on the road in front of us actually, Igor, if you're keen. I think this one was just poking around in some elephant dung, which you'll also see on the... typical, just as we go to him, he flies away. Going to join his friend. But yeah, it looked like he was having a dig around in the elephant dung. Remember, of course, elephant dung in itself is a little ecosystem. Lots of things in there, little bugs and insects and dung beetles and dung beetle larvae, all sorts happening in there. So a very good source of food, and it's quite normal to see things poking around in elephant dung. Everything from francolins and guinea fowl, even mongoose. Very, very keen on scratching about and seeing what they can find in there. Some little morsels. Bambi, good morning. I've never heard of a vegan crocodile, no. I don't think such a thing exists, but, you know, in today's age, we are very inclusive, so or if there is a vegan crocodile, I'm sure we will offer it the same opportunities as we would to a carnivorous crocodile. But their stomach is, as far as I know, very much adapted to eat meat. Remember that a stomach required to eat meat is relatively straightforward, a monogastric stomach, because meat is very rich in protein, so you don't have to work very hard to get a sufficient amount of nutrients from what you're eating, or a sufficient amount of energy. That is why, if you have a look at the herbivorous animals out here, we have the hindgut fermenters, things like warthogs and zebras, and then we also have the ruminants, like your impalas and wildebeest and cows and buffaloes, that have a four-chambered stomach, because you have to work much, much harder to extract a sufficient amount of energy out of what you're eating. I'm just thinking out loud now, Bambi, but, you know, speaking of sort of reptiles and amphibians, I actually don't know much about their digestive tract. Obviously we learn, and there's lots of resources about those different types of stomachs, and I know a little bit about bird stomachs, of course. They have what's called a proventriculus and a gizzard, which is that sort of grinding stomach. I would think that a reptile like a crocodile would also have something similar to a gizzard, but it's actually interesting. I don't know much about it, and I've never come across it in my sort of casual reading, because crocodiles are quite a well-known animal, and there are some really fascinating adaptations within them. They do have one of the strongest stomach acids in the animal kingdom in terms of pH levels, because they can digest bone and fur and all the other things that other things struggle to digest. If you ever see crocodile, I assume we'd call it scat. I'm actually not even sure what its proper word would be. It's a kind of a sludgy green colour when it comes out, and then calcifies to a white blob after a little while and exposure to the sun, because that's all the calcium from the bones that have been digested. I don't think I did dissect a snake once with a group of wildlife vet students, but I don't think we ever went into specific detail about how the stomach works. What I can tell you about crocodiles, which is one of the many reasons that they are so successful, and if anybody ever gets a chance to go and have a look online, there is an incredible series of programs called Inside Nature's Giants, which was filmed on Channel 4 in England a few years ago, where they do autopsies on various wild animals, some African and some else. They did about 4 series. And in the very first series they did, one of the animals they dissected was a crocodile. And they showed that there is a special sort of valve that, I don't even know what the right word would be, but a tube basically that takes excess, I suppose, a vein, I suppose. But anyway, it takes excess carbon dioxide produced by the animal and deposits it in the stomach, because carbon dioxide is important for the development of stomach acids, and that's one of the ways that their stomach has become so adapted to digest pretty much absolutely anything. And I don't believe there's any other animal in the world that has that special adaptation to pump extra carbon dioxide into the stomach. But yeah, if you get a chance, if you're interested in that sort of thing, go and try and find, I'm sure you can find it on various platforms online these days. I think they did 4 series, and they did, in terms of African animals, they did a hippo, they did an elephant, although it was an Indian elephant, but very, very similar. They did a lion and a tiger simultaneously, did a crocodile, a hippo, a python, and then also some other weird and wonderful things, a cassowary, that large bird in Australia, a polar bear, a giant squid, 2 different types of whales, a great white shark, a racehorse, a kangaroo. So some of those unusual animals, and they look at all the sort of physiological and morphological adaptations. These are animals that had died in captivity, and they were basically doing an autopsy to try and understand what had happened and why that animal had died, and sort of aired it all. Really fascinating stuff, but don't maybe watch it if you're a bit squeamish. Certainly when I was doing my guide training for quite a few years, we kind of made a point to try and watch one of those once a week or once every couple of weeks, when we occasionally gave the students a little bit of time off. It was a good way to have some educational movie night. Yasmin, well, obviously, first of all, there is the distribution. We don't have any alligators here. That's more for the Americas. The other main difference is the shape of the snout. A crocodile has a more pointed snout, and an alligator has a more rounded, broader snout. And then also you need to look at the teeth. If you're really not sure, when an alligator closes its mouth properly, you shouldn't see any teeth at all. But the crocodile has one of those big, I don't know if we would call them canine teeth. There probably is a special name for them. But when it's got its mouth closed, you'll actually be able to see 1 or 2 of the teeth. In fact, I think we might just be able to get in. You might just see that sort of white dot halfway down his jawline. that I would think, although it's hard to see from this distance, is one of those teeth actually sticking out. So the structure of the dentition is slightly different. But they're all in the sort of the same crocodilian family, because you've also got caimans and some other gharials as well, similar. Those are more in, where do you get gharials now? Indonesia and sort of Asia, I believe. And then of course you get the saltwater crocodiles, which are the largest crocodiles in the world down in Australia, that can also handle a fairly sort of brackish water type as well. Those things are monsters. There was a famous one, I think, that was called, well, here in Africa, back to the Nile crocodile, that was called Gustav. I'm trying to remember where it was, but there have been quite a few people who've gone out to try and find him. It's almost a bit like looking for the Loch Ness Monster, this mythological enormous crocodile that apparently had taken various people and livestock and things, and was reputed to be one of the biggest crocodiles ever on record. They tried to set up traps and study, but I don't think they ever officially found him. That's awful, Igor. In case you didn't hear that, Igor's comment there was it sounded like a wild Gustav chase. A wild goose tough chase. There's actually a little bit of warmth filtering through the clouds now. Certainly as warm as it's been for a couple of days here. But very peaceful. I thought it would be a bit noisier in terms of bird life after all of the rain that we've had, bringing out the insects. Not to say that we can't hear birds, but I thought there would be a little bit more activity. But we'll explore some of the other areas of the reserve, and I'm sure we'll come across some interesting bird life as well this morning. But should see lots of things like bee-eaters and flycatchers and little aeromomolas, cisticulars, larks, those insectivorous birds. You can hear some arrow-marked babblers in the background. Not as common as the southern pied babblers that we showed you the other day. We've got 2 species of babbler here. Three-banded plover is back. clean and a bit of a preen there. So probably quite grateful to have dried off a little bit. So right down there at the base of the tail is normally where you find in birds the what's called the uropygial gland, or the preen gland, that produces those oils that the birds wipe on their feathers to help with waterproofing and protection against parasites, and generally designed to keep the feathers in good condition. Okay, well, thank you for joining us here at these lovely peaceful scenes at Chikudu Dam. Let's send you back over to Nick at the beautiful Kariega to see what he's getting up to.
Okay, welcome back to Kariega, where we've got our single wildebeest on the move here. Moved a little distance away from Scotia Dam just to see if there was anybody else starting to move around. Now that the rain has subsided for us, we've got a little bit of activity starting to take place on the clearings there, which is always nice to watch. He's in a little bit of a daydream by the looks of things. It's been amazing to see how a lot of the birds have started to get active now. We've just seen that yellow-billed kite fly past there. Been a lot of birds starting to call. Plenty of Knysna Turaco starting to call. Remember, it's quite tricky to get a view of them. They really enjoy the thickets that are behind this wildebeest, not the shrubs behind it, but the deep thickets. There's also been some black-headed orioles that have been calling. And we can see there was that yellow-billed kite that we saw flying around just now. So there is a little bit of a breeze that started to pick up. It's obviously helping to dry out all of the wings of the birds, all of those feathers. So we should start to see more and more activity coming from our different bird species now. Our raptors, like our yellow-billed kites, our jackal buzzards, possibly even Amur falcons. Remember, that's one of our smaller falcons in the area that we will get, the Amur falcon. Remember that Amur falcon is a beautiful little bird. Remember, he is one of our migrants here to South Africa. Very interesting sort of migratory route. So those Amur falcons will come here to overwinter, essentially, in here to escape the winter of northern China, which is sort of northern China, Mongolia, those areas where is the breeding grounds for those Amur falcons. So they're essentially traveling around 10,000, 11,000 kilometers to get here. They'll come south past India, they'll cross over the Arabian Sea, and from there bomb it down towards South Africa. So I'll definitely see later on if there is a potential chance of finding some of those Amur falcons. It would be nice to get a good view of them. You can see in the background that yellow-billed kite is flying all over the place there. I'm sure he's hoping to see if he can potentially find any termites or anything like that. But our wildebeest quite content and happy to just spend a bit of time by himself here. Yasmin, no, there's no black wildebeest here in Kruger, just the blue wildebeest. Remember, the blue wildebeest, the horns are coming out to the side and then curling upwards, whereas something like your black wildebeest, the horns go forward, curl down, and then upwards, so slightly different horn shapes. You can see the tail of this blue wildebeest is completely black, whereas the black wildebeest has got that whiter coloured tail, creamier coloured tail. We do have a few zebra that have headed across to join our guinea fowls that we had earlier. So you can see the guinea fowl haven't really moved too far. Still there next to Scotia Dam. Only the zebras are going to make the move. They were in a deep slumber. And obviously that spot is still treating those sacred ibis very well. That is close to where we were positioned earlier, the last time you were across with me here at Kariga. And I'm quite keen to have keep an eye out rather for any signs of that herd of buffalo today. Remember yesterday we were chatting about fresh tracks of those buffalo in the area, and we have the rain sort of in the morning, and we had a slight gap in the afternoon, so we know that those tracks were fresh. From here further to the south, about 400 meters is where we had those tracks, so hopefully we might come right there a little bit later. But I think for now we're going to take you across to Amakhala with Tess, and I believe she has some zebra for us as well.
Good morning everybody. Thank you so much, Nick. We've got a whole bunch of different things here now that there's actually some water in this little pan system. But very cool, we're seeing a black-backed jackal sneaking down to the edge trying to get some water with a black heron right next to it. And the zebras have been off to the distance, so we're going to watch and see what the jackal does before we go over to all the zebras, because how often do we get to watch a jackal having a drink? My name is Tess. I'll be taking you out on another epic adventure this morning. Behind the camera is Morgan. What a cool start. Black-backed jackals. Not often I get to spend time with them. And my first black heron with you as well. Very exciting. It looks like the jackal's fascinated by something just on the bank. I'm not sure if it's picking up on just a smell or if it can hear movement as well. It almost looked like it could hear something moving. You can see it's got its nose down, so it's definitely hearing and listening and smelling. Fascinated by something down in the grass. Oh, it's going to dig. So jackals are really good little hunters. They'll eat a combination of things, including things like little lizards and frogs, insects, and they'll even hunt things like scrub hares, baby impalas, springbuck. So he's using those really powerful ears and that really awesome sense of smell to pinpoint where things have been moving in the grass. It's almost as though he's hearing mice or something moving underneath in a little tunnel network, like a fox. absolutely gorgeous coloration here. That kind of reddish color matches that of a red hartebeest, and it just seems to be much brighter here in Amakhala than I'm used to. All of the colors are so stark. Oh, I love that little trot. As soon as they get that trot going, it makes me happy. So he's investigating the little trough. So this has been the only water source for who knows how long, until the very recent rain. All the animals have been coming to this trough. Oh, Nina, isn't this awesome? It's so wonderful to see a jackal out in the open and to see it on the move like this, carrying on as though we're not even here. It would be absolutely incredible to see him carrying on like this all day. The guy is steering. So there were some other jackals. It's dry. Wow, that's interesting. So the animals have actually drunk the pan system dry. Hello. Coming right next to us. This is amazing. Hello, little one. Trotting past the car and out the back. So there are two more on the other side. I think that's what it's looking for. It's looking for the rest of the family. The zebras are going wild in the background, so we can actually show you the zebras now while the jackals have disappeared behind the car. And it looks like they're kind of playing with the foals. There's a lot of energy because it's nice and cool. So I think we're going to have a lot of very active animals today.
Did you know that explorers are watching ad-free right now? Right this very minute, they are listening to the soothing sounds of nature and seeing uninterrupted content.
I am shaking with excitement.
But don't fret, you can try out an Explorer subscription in monthly, 6-monthly and yearly options. Experience nature naturally, totally ad-free. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature.
Let's see what these jackals decide to do. Oh, energy everywhere. They do kind of look like they focused on the heron. They've chased it off already. It's actually a really good option for them because I mean, I doubt they would actually manage to catch the heron, but they might be able to steal some food from it if they chase it at the right time, if it starts catching frogs or little fish or anything that may have popped up here. Oh, that jackal's slipping. Did you see it slip, Morgan? Oh, the zebras are starting to run past as well. This is just too cool. Yeah, he slipped. Did you hear the zebra? Sorry, that zebra's very gassy. It got a bit of a fright from another one. But that jackal in the middle kind of slipped as it was trying to get some water. It kind of slipped into the hole there. I wonder if they would fish. Catch frogs and fish in the water there. It seems almost impossible that fish would be able to survive in a dried up pan system, but they can survive. Some species can survive under the mud for up to a year. Bianca, isn't it amazing how quickly these pans just become the center of life as soon as there's a little bit of water? There'll be so much activity in this area, you know. I mean, I'm sure the black wildebeest and some red hartebeest will come down later as well. There were buffaloes somewhere close by yesterday. Maybe they'll pop up at some point during the day. There's not really enough water for everybody yet, but there's more rain predicted, so just this little burst of rain has given so much life. I'm really hoping that the zebras eventually come down and have a drink. Lenny, jackals would be distantly related to coyotes in the US. This is kind of our version of that, I suppose. But then we also have wild dogs, but I think they would be closer to wolves. So I would think this is kind of our equivalent of a coyote, between the black-backed jackal, which is these ones, and then the side-striped jackal, which you find further north more. This is kind of our version of a coyote, I think. These jackals look like they're up to nonsense. They look like they're full of mischief. Just waiting for something to come up so that they can chase it, or I mean, investigating everything. They look as though they're constantly on the trail of something. I'm hoping we get a bit more stalking and tackling. So this is the same spot where we saw 9 jackals together the other day, which I've never seen in my life before. And I would think these 3 are part of that group, so it's probably kind of adults and then a couple of pups from previous litters and then the new litter grown up, all together, because they help each other out. That one is still chasing the black heron, look at that. It is getting closer, it's kind of like slowly trailing it. And the zebras are all coming down. Oh my goodness, this could be a very interesting interaction. Oh, the zebras are running. That one looks cheeky. It's going for the male. Oh, put on the brakes just in time, greeting each other. So this one stallion came over from the other side, so I think he's being investigated by the zebra family. Look how they're all surrounding him. Oh my goodness, that is amazing. Like, oh hey, we missed you. Where have you been? Catch up. Let's have a groom. Let's have a play. Look how they're all following him back. They actually came down to greet him. They didn't come down towards the pan. He is definitely a stallion, so I wonder if he's the dominant male. I think the dazzle kind of split because there's some others behind us, so maybe he was going over to try and encourage them to come back towards the main part of the herd. That was very cool. Also, I feel like I can only see... Oh no, I found the third jackal. Sorry, I thought I was only seeing 2 jackals. The other one followed the zebras for a bit. There's just so much happening here. There's little barn swallows flying out over as well. I feel like all that's missing is just having those cheetahs walk towards us. Maybe they'll surprise us and pop up here. So this to me is one of the coolest things to do, especially when you just had rain and everything's been dry. If you sit at a water hole, everything comes to you. Especially on a cool day, there's just so much more room to play and move a lot more. Everything comes to you. It's just me, or do these jackals look a bit confused this morning? It's like they're not really sure what they want to do. Nancy, when comparing things like jackals to wild dogs, you would think they would be more similar, but actually they're quite different. They're not even that closely related, to be honest. I suppose in terms of behavior patterns, if you're looking at them, they can hunt in a similar way to wild dogs, where they hunt together. And that would be really essential if they're going for bigger things, you know, things like impalas or springbuck lambs or anything like that. And they do live in family groups. But I suppose a kind of slight difference would be that with jackals they are monogamous, so a pair will stay together. And previous litters might stay to help with new pups and things like that, but then they eventually all move off and the pair stays territorial. If you compare that to wild dogs, they live in a pack with an alpha pair, which are monogamous at the time, but they don't have to be all the time. And if something happens, another substitute will come in. But they work in a pack and they only kind of stick to an area if they've got an active den site. So the rest of the time they'll be free moving, they can cover immense distances. And remember that they stay in that family group, particularly the males. The females might leave, but the males will stay together, where with jackals it'll mostly be a pair. And if you find a family, it'll be previous litters that stick around for a while and then move off and find their own partners and their own territories. So I suppose jackals are actually a little bit more like birds, which sounds a bit strange, but birds are territorial when they have their nesting site. They are monogamous most of the time. And they might have previous chicks that stick around to help raise the litters, something like southern ground hornbills. Where wild dogs, I suppose, could be more comparable to wolves. Always living and working in a pack, and they're very, very social animals, which jackals are as well, but to a point. They like to be in a pair and they like to be territorial. So it is quite different. But I suppose hunting patterns might be the same. They'll use similar tactics in the sense that if they are hunting together, they'll all bite onto something and try and weigh it down. But jackals won't have the endurance that wild dogs do. They kind of work at close range, where the wild dogs can just outrun and outrun and outrun. So behavior-wise, some things will be similar, some things will be completely different. Probably the most noticeable difference, though, or the most notable difference would be the breeding patterns. Because wild dogs are so nomadic. and kind of have the alpha pair structure with mostly males in a pack that always stick together. Compare that to jackals, monogamous, territorial, and occasionally have litters stick behind to help with the new litter, and then they move on. I feel like the zebras are confused now as well. They don't know if they should come to the pan or not with the jackals here. The jackals don't even pose a hint of a threat to zebras. But maybe just the movement is making them a bit nervous. But slowly, they are starting to filter down towards the pan now. The black heron has decided the jackals aren't worth it. It's moved off into the back there next to the zebras, out of the way of the jackals. I'm fairly sure if the zebras were intent on coming down, they would just chase the jackals off. Here we go, we're starting to filter down one at a time. Oh, the jackals are going. These hooves are a bit heavy. Maybe it's time for us to leave. Look at how playful those two zebras are. The energy of coming down to the pan has kind of just got them all excited, and they're having a bit of a play fight. Biting at the top of the neck. So this is incredibly typical play fight behavior, but when they're courting for mating or when they're having a serious fight, they can actually kill each other like this. You can see it's a combination of kind of bashing each other with the head and neck, biting, pushing, kicking, whether it's up on the back legs or actually kicking with the back legs. Try and get each other to kind of fall over. You see how they occasionally go down onto their knees as they're circling. Oh, look at that. They try and bite under the belly where it's really, really sensitive, and underneath the legs too. That is amazing. So playful today. That was awesome. Oh, this fight is getting a little serious. This is fascinating to watch. So we know it's starting to get serious when they're starting to bite with more frequency and kind of rear up on the hind legs like that. It's just this constant trying to get each other down like that. Oh. All the other zebras are trying to move out the way. Oh, they are relentless. They won't let each other move. Now, we haven't heard any vocalizations from them yet. When it gets really serious, they start biting each other so hard that they actually kind of scream almost. So there's a couple of options here, and the top three are definitely either courting, because when zebras court each other, they play fight like this, and it can get quite serious. It looks very bullyish. Or two males that aren't really happy with each other, but those don't look like two males, but I'm also looking from a distance. I'll have to look with binoculars. Or it could just be playing because it's such a cool morning, and particularly if they're slightly younger zebras, they might just be practicing a bit of play fighting. Oh, everybody stopped. Now that one is definitely a male that's standing side on to us. Might be a group of young stallions, maybe. Oh, the biting starts again. Let's see if it starts properly again, then we can try and have a look. Look at that, the tail in the mouth. I've never seen that before. Well spotted, Morgan. That is hilarious. Oh my goodness. I've got your tail. I'm going to pull it. That must be uncomfortable if it gets quite hard. Bush Betty, it is fascinating. That kind of strategy of going down on their knees to get underneath the other zebra is really, really cool. I haven't seen that much in my life because you don't often actually get to witness very serious zebra fights or even extended periods of play fighting. So that kind of strategy of going down onto the knees so that your head can kind of go underneath the other zebra's tummy and down towards the back legs, all the sensitive spots, it's quite unusual for us to be seeing that so much. It's not something we get to see often. So this little window that we have at the moment is probably one of my favorite zebra sightings so far. Just because it's been extensive. We've seen every move. We've seen up on the back legs. We've seen kind of kicking at each other, biting, down on the knees, trying to get each other flat on the floor. The one succeeded a few times. The other one is flat on its bum on the floor. Oh, biting starting again. So this might be more of a play fight. It looks like there's a lot of stallions in this herd. So maybe it's all the young ones kind of practicing fighting out their dominance. Oh, so it's definitely a bit of play fighting then. Wow, that one zebra is very white and clean. It did not have a dust bath this morning where the rest of them did. But even those two are having a go at each other, a little playful bite. The very white one and the one on the left that's in a bit of a sand pit that I would imagine is where they've been rolling. That's definitely a male. What did you see? Oh my goodness. Oh, shame. Slipping in the mud, sinking. Ooh. Oh. Looks like she's wearing little boots now. Little black boots. Everyone's got to have a decent pair of little black boots. They go with everything. Even zebra stripes, apparently. Oh, hang on a second. That's a male as well. Oh my goodness, that's like the 5th male that I've seen in just this little part. Definitely a little bit of bachelor action happening here, trying to outdo each other. Oh, and there's more zebras coming down to the mud. I wonder if they're gonna take a venture in. Crystal, a little bit of zebra tail flossing happening there for sure. I think those hairs are quite nice and thick, so it would work pretty well as a toothbrush and a tooth floss. A lot of biting. I've definitely never seen that before. That's 2 stallions together. 3. Yeah. It's all the young boys, and one very large one to the right that was sinking in the mud wearing his black booties. This is so cool. There's still a bit of playfulness happening here, even though they should probably be serious and try and have a drink. It's just too much fun to be naughty at the moment. I don't know about anyone else, but I would love to see these zebras have a play fight and one of them slips in the mud and comes out completely chocolate brown. No more stripes. I imagine being a zebra they would fall rather hard. This is a soft landing. It'd make for a great sound as the body hit the mud. It must be rather frustrating coming down to the pan and it's not completely wet, so majority of it is just kind of muddy at the moment. So they can smell the water, but they can't really access it unless they go to 2 very small puddles within that kind of pan system. Got a bit of bullying happening at that little sand pit again. It starts again. Jules, I've never personally seen a zebra dig for water. They are capable of kicking the sand and kind of digging a bit of a hole, because that's how they dust bath. They'll kick up sandy patches on the roads or any little spot where there's a bit less vegetation, and they'll kind of kick a bit of a hollow and then have a sand bath and move on. But I've never seen them do it for water, because they'd have to dig so deep that it wouldn't really be worth it. Instead, they'll probably move to a different spot where they can more easily access water, or they'll go and find a spot where elephants have already dug and just drink from the same hole. But I've never seen zebras actively digging for water. I've seen them kind of displace the top layer of soil to get access to that, some nice loose sand or even some mud. I've seen zebras enjoying the mud, but I've never seen them dig for water. Have you seen them dig for water, Morgan? No. I don't think it would be very energy efficient for them, because it would take so long to use their hooves to dig a hole deep enough that it would actually be counterproductive. It's a lot easier for elephants. They're very big and they've got the combination of those big feet and the trunk. So they can dig and dig and dig in a few minutes. They'll get 3 times deeper than a zebra would in probably a week. Oh, look at that, down. Back up, down. Oh. I wonder if they ever get dizzy. So you'll see the strategy is definitely don't stop moving. Even when they're down, immediately they get back up and try and spin themselves back in a circle. The minute you stop moving in a zebra fight, you're a sitting target, and that's not a good place to be. I wonder what's so fascinating there. You know that the jackal stopped there and had a good sniff there as well. I wonder if there's a teeny tiny puddle that we can't see. Or if maybe something's been rolling in the dirt there and that's an interesting smell for all the different animals. It looks like they're just sniffing the ground and then biting each other. I wonder what happened in that little spot. That ground there tells a story that we are completely unaware of. almost looks like they're trying to drink there. Maybe there's a little puddle. It's got everyone's attention. There's definitely a zebras kind of morning because Nick is still in Kariga with his zebras, so it seems like they're everywhere today.
Okay, still here by Scotia Dam, and our zebras seem to be a lot friendlier than what Tessa's zebras are. We've got some mellow fellows over this side of the Eastern Cape. It's amazing how many zebras we actually do have. So there's a few more on the left hand side of the ones that we can see here, and there are a few more on the right. Jeez, there must be probably close on about 30 zebras or so. I mean, in the frame we've got, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We must have close to sort of 15 in the frame or so. But the thick dark cloud cover is starting to break up a little bit, which is great. So there is a bit of a wind that's picked up that is potentially starting to blow that cloud away. You can see the sun is starting to come out a little bit now, a little bit glary. But for now we're going to take you across to Alex in Okukuyo.
Thanks, Nick. And yes, we are back in Okukuyo right now. And a rather peaceful little interlude over here. We did have some people foraging some of the devil thorns earlier, and that is what kind of sent off a rather large herd, or bachelor herd, of the black-faced impala. Something to look to see. The wildebeest haven't come through just yet. And we'll talk a little bit about those devil thorns that are around here. Different to the devil thorns that we get down in the Lowveld with that purple flower. And the use of that is generally to make a soap where you rub the plant and water together. And obviously cleans your hands. It's also known to even clean clothing. And pretty effectively at that as well. There's a springbok just off there. 1 or 2 of the geese too. But with regards to these devil thorns, so this is a name, one of the common names that we would use for this. The real name is, and I'll tell you right now, is Tribulus terrestris. And there are a number of uses also for this. So it's also obviously being harvested for traditional uses, and some of those include the enhancement of libido, keeping the urinary tract healthy, and also to reduce swelling. It's also known as a general health supplement as well. Can also increase digestive health, also treats anemias, and also helps to manage blood pressure. So those would be a number of the different traditional uses that this little yellow flower would then come through. And with that, we obviously then have a number of different other uses that obviously occur with all the different flowers and that are abundant and around. Obviously these are seasonal, and with this plant also it's found actually throughout Africa, into Asia, and even in parts of Europe. It's been introduced in a number of places as well, and with that, has obviously been deemed an alien plant and has been eradicated, or there's lots of eradication that does go on with it because of that. So introduced into places like North America and Australia as well. But just an interesting one. Not too many studies really being done in terms of its ability to increase testosterone, because that's where the kind of benefit seems to lie in at least modern medicine, with the traditionals being those that I did just read out. So just interesting to note. Nice to pick up on some of the plants that are here, of course, seasonal. They will start to die off at some stage, and we will get back to the Okakuya of old. So just going to have a little pan around, and while we do that, if you have been tuned in, Wild Earth are looking for unique and jaw-dropping, beautiful wild animal sightings, and those are from our viewers to use across the Wild Earth platforms. And in return, you can earn money, win prizes, and also see your names in the credits on the different Wild Earth TV shows. So viewers can go onto the website and click on Content Creator to find out more. And that, of course, if you have wonderful scenes that you might have captured in the past and you wish to show them to a wider audience. So do make sure, if you do have any user-generated content, go and have a look at the Content Creator tab on the website. But number of springbok coming back through now after the foraging has ceased. And we will wait for some impala and hopefully something else to come through too. So for the moment, just going to stick here. Nice to see the green flush still around, although it has died off. To some degree, I'm sure, rather hot of late. A very clear day. Of course, the temperatures do rise rather high here as well. And I'm sure someone will take advantage of the shade as well. So nice to see everyone coming back through for us. Getting a nice little look. Some European beaters calling again. Some audio from those Egyptian geese. And of course, did also note that some Hottentots teals were about earlier. So nice to get a new waterfowl here at Okakuya Waterhole. It does seem that that very large group or flock of the Adams storks have kind of moved on for now. But very awesome to have seen them as of late too. So a peaceful moment right now. A couple of weavers calling in the background. Southern Mars weavers. Just enjoying the springbok creeping ever closer for now. I'm sure they'll get back to the water's edge too. And we'll be able to pick up a little bit of a better view as well. So just going to zoom back out for the moment and then pick up and see if anyone else has come to join us on any of the other sides of the waterhole. Otherwise, we'll take a view of the Egyptian geese and see what they're up to. It seems that there are a number of springbok just on the other side of the waterhole, but the geese are up to it again. We're going to join in with them. There's a nice silhouette as well with that one springbok over there. Blacksmith lapwings. and some of the teal about as well. Still looking for the little grebe. Seems that they might have also moved on to a different little pan for now. Also, I'm sure they'll be back. Just getting a view of the Egyptian geese. That 1 or 2 springbok that have come through as well. A nice little scene unfolding. A little bit of a breeze starting to pick up. But very cool nonetheless. To see what is going on. So really quite fascinating watching how this Egyptian geese family has gone about with chicks development. Chicks getting rather big, and of course the parents doing really well to keep all 6 of them alive, of course healthy. Lots of food around for them as well, and I'm sure within the next month we should start to see them fledging too. So we'll come back to them now. Just want to see if anyone else has snuck through there. It doesn't seem like that. It's a little springbok lamb. Of course, they do breed throughout the year, although there is an increase now with the rainy season. Of course, the abundance of vegetation that is around for them. They aren't only grazers, they are mixed feeders too. So they take a number of different bits of vegetation. But of course, a green flash and nice little bits of grass, other flowers that of course in bloom. They will obviously take that too. But also succulents as well as being browsers. Different times of the year dictating really what their diet would be. So enjoying our quiet moment here with the Egyptian geese. You can hear also, I think, a number of flies, perhaps even bees. We're getting the audio of as well right now. The water level dropping ever so slightly in the last few days. Not by too much, but definitely lower than when I was last on. Just going to zoom back out and to see who else perhaps coming through. There's a nice little scene going on over here with the springbok, so we'll join them. A couple of them coming through that little green area over there. Of course, what we should start to see now after that flash now that's moving off, kind of withering away, is the various game paths that are obviously well trodden, been used over many years, and how they start to pop up through the landscape again. Hi Matthew. So at least in terms of flight, it is the peregrine falcon when they swoop down. So it's not in terms of straight flight when they are flapping or using their wings. They kind of tuck their wings in and dive down. And that is the fastest bird in terms of that. Obviously, with regards to running, I would perhaps say an ostrich. Any one of the ratite family. The ratite family being the ostrich, the cassowary, the emu, and the reha. Reha found in South America, in Patagonia. The cassowary and emu found in Australasia. Of course, in Africa we get two types of ostrich, common and then the Somali. For me, that would be the fastest land or at least terrestrial bird that runs. But in terms of flight, actually, funnily enough, we did just talk about peregrine falcons. And I suppose the predominant prey species is doves. And doves, in terms of straight line speed and flying, are actually far faster than peregrine falcons. But in terms of being very fast with the eagles and birds of prey, and continue on the subject, the martial eagle is known to be extremely fast as well, but that also engage in that kind of swooping on and down on their prey. So they'll use high perches and then swoop down from there and generate quite a lot of speed. And obviously, being the fifth heaviest bird in the world, fifth largest in Africa. In fact, the crowned eagle is actually heavier, just has a shorter wingspan, and known to be heavier than the martial eagle, but obviously hunting in very different terrain. So the martial then being very quick in terms of an eagle, how fast it is. But doves are also extremely fast, and that's in straight line flight. I do think I actually misID'd the teals earlier. It looked like it was actually these young goslings, and they were just kind of separated and dotted about. So now I'm looking at the facial kind of coloration of them. It does look like it was actually goslings. Now getting towards that fledging, obviously developing that true coloration of an Egyptian goose. So my apologies on that. But I do, in fact, actually think that that was the case. Sometimes quite tough to see because obviously we are quite far away. And with them being dispersed like that, it did kind of look like that there might be teals actually. But I definitely think that that was not the case. It was in fact these young goslings that had kind of separated a little bit. And obviously as they grow, they do get far more independent day by day. And we did just talk about that fledging. Once they do fledge, they are going to look to find their own homes. They move away from the parents. So it's been very cool, lovely to spend some time here in Okakuyo, but it's time for us to check in Djuma and see what's going on there with after all the rain. So it really is quite incredible to see how Gari Dam is starting to fill up and how this drainage line is really, really bursting its banks, for want of a better word. Lots of rain has fallen within this area. And probably around 50 odd kilometers east of here, around 300 mils full in a 10-hour period. So really lots going on. There is a hippo, and I think Dewey, and is literally just behind over here. Just did pick him up. We're going to wait for him. Obviously, he can stay underwater for about 5 minutes, but clearly using the drainage line and that ability to come down. Black crown chagga as well calling. Here he is. He's already moved quite far, as he was literally just there. Great to see this. Of course, far better to be in a dam, kind of drainage dam system, than in a big raging torrent, such as the Sabi or Sand River right now, both in flood. And a lot of rest camps at the moment within Kruger, cut off because of all the rain that has fallen. And Skakuza is, and even Lower Sabi and Crocodile Bridge as well. So thoughts with anyone that has tuned in and is in the area. And it is predicted to be a bit more rain as well throughout the course of the day. So we'll just have to wait and see. Apparently the cell is moving north. The north definitely will need the rain as well, for areas such as Punda Maria and Pafuri as well. But really quite fascinating just to see how much rain has fallen. Because this, effectively on the other side there, where those fallen over trees are, used to be bank. We can have a look here quickly. Hippo's going to pop out right now. See that V shape in the water. Kind of an indication when hippos are kind of moving around. In particular, if you are wanting to avoid them, always look for that V. Hippo, I think he's going to move back this side. And you'll notice where we actually viewed the Talamati Breakaway Pride the other day on Lion Beach. Lion Beach is currently submerged. But just going to move back to the hippo, perhaps Dewey. Kind of keep a tab on where he is, what's going on. I'm sure enjoying being able to run around, have more space, more water. Number of spur fowl as well calling. Hi Mandy. So that's a very interesting question, a very good one. When they do come out of the water and they are in the sun, there is a secretion that they do obviously excrete throughout their skin, and it is called blood sweat. However, it's a pigment and it turns red, and it is known then to kind of act as a sunscreen for the hippo. So it protects them from the sun. Of course, it's rather overcast and rainy, and this hippo is submerged. So by no means is that the case right now. But if they are ever out, or if it's in a very dry area, or in fact if it's drought, that pigment is excreted through their skin, and the blood sweat then is prevalent. It takes a couple of minutes or so once this is exposed to oxygen in the sun, and then they turn very pink. Obviously looking like the color of blood, hence the name. There's a number of different compounds obviously that are excreted then too because of that. So it's, in fact, the two molecules that I did mention that obviously cause the change in the color when they do obviously excrete that clear liquid that then does turn red or crimson color. And the first is the hipposodic acid or hipposodoric acid, and the other the norhipposodoric acid. And those two obviously are exposed to the air and sunshine and then turn that blood color, that red color, which then acts as a sunscreen for the hippo. Greenback Cameroptera.
When was the last time you caught your breath? When were you last truly amazed? When last did you marvel at the wonder of nature? Wild Earth Epic Animal Encounters. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
So he is popping out again. It looks like he's probably going to stay a bit stationary in this area over here. So what we're going to do is just wait for him. There was a herd of impala about earlier, but also kind of blocked off from coming over, just with the amount of water that has fallen. Of course, they'll be a little bit skittish about crossing too. So let us just sit here and wait. Enjoy some of the bird calls. Hopefully Dewey will indulge us. Alright, TK, so there are a number of deaths that are attributed to hippos, and primarily those deaths occur when you get in between hippos and the water. So when they're actually returning back to the water, that's probably where they're the most territorial. But when they're away from water and actually following, they aren't known to be as aggressive then. But it's probably a toss-up depending on the area with regards to buffalo and hippo, and also in areas where elephant have been tampered with or played with, perhaps having high, I suppose, occurrences of poaching or hunting. They can be really temperamental then, and definitely not an area you want to walk. So Mashatu is definitely one of those areas in the Tuli block. Advised to be very careful if you are walking there, in particular about the elephants, because they aren't buffalo. There are hippo around, of course, but obviously further away in the grasslands, you'd be looking out for breeding herds of elephant there more than anything else. But for me, buffalo probably more dangerous than hippo, just because they would be found more on land. Hippo obviously closer to water, depending on also the season, how far they would then have to roam to forage. And of course, if you avoid moving in between hippo and water, you have won that little mind game. But very dangerous when they are close to water and heading back towards their territories. So very unfortunately, it did just freeze there in Djuma. And just to continue on that conversation. So hippo obviously being very dangerous when in the vicinity of water, heading back towards water, and very advised not to ever get in between a hippo and water or on their paths towards water. So a number of different kind of signs you would also look for if you were ever walking around a water source. There were bulrushes or reeds, because the bulls do fight quite extensively. You want to avoid any area where there are a lot of flies above any areas of reed or anything of the sort. However, as I said, for me, buffalo are probably more dangerous on foot and further away from water. Hippo closer to their water sources, but known to not be as aggressive or as territorial once they are away from water and foraging. Of course, areas where elephant have been tampered with or played with, and that occurring from poaching or from hunting. But elephants obviously also have a very intense and an extensive memory as well. So those behaviors can also be ingrained and passed down. So areas such as the Tuli block, the Mashatu, not a very good area to be on foot. So obviously we are back here in Okakuyo, and you are with myself, Alex. And we were just across in Djuma. We noted how lovely the waterline is. Nice to see Dewey the hippo. Of course, lovely to see the impala and the springbok here as well. We've had some awesome sightings of zebra with Tess and Nick, as well as crocodile with Ben in Madikwe, and also lovely birds throughout the course of the day. Of course, and if you have tuned in with us right now, this is live and an interactive experience. And if you are watching this on our Apple website, you can register to ask questions or let me know what you would like to see or even chat about. However, if you are watching on YouTube, please do subscribe, and Wild Earth will notify you of all the other amazing content we do have on offer. But be sure not to miss out on any of the moments that you can access through the app. Lovely scene. It looks like one of the impala has come back through for us. Just want to double check that. Yeah, a nice impala ram. Some lovely audio of the European bee-eaters. And lots of springbok about now, all of a sudden. Hi, Julia. There, in fact, are two separate antelope. They're actually separated geographically more so than anything else. The scientific names also allude to them being separate antelope. Of course, they probably did share a common ancestor many, many millennia ago. But for example, the scientific name of the springbok is Antidorcus marsupialis. And with regards to the gazelles, we're looking at the Eudorcus, being taxonomal names. Of course, they do look very similar to Thompson's gazelle. Springbok a little bit faster, perhaps a little bit bigger as well. Thompson's gazelles being just a little bit slower. Actually, in fact, the fourth fastest terrestrial mammal. Springbok the third, then the pronghorn, and then the cheetah in terms of order. And obviously a number of different gazelle species found from East Africa across into Arabia as well. And one, I suppose, most interesting looking antelope found on the African continent, which is a gazelle itself, is a gerenuk, a very long neck, very tiny head. They feed off their back feet sometimes, kind of browsing as well. They do look rather interesting. Found from Kenya into Somalia and arid areas. So no, they are not closely related. Different species. There are 3 subspecies of springbok as well. Just tracking this black-faced impala at the moment. I'll try to get a closer look of it once we get once he gets to the water. But yeah, those are just some of the differences really in between the springbok and the gazelles. Of course, the springboks being very, very arid adapted animals. It's noted that some of them don't have to drink even in their entire life, or won't have to drink at least if the water is not prevalent throughout that life cycle of theirs. Hi, Landon. Thanks very much for your question. Animal with the highest blood pressure. I'm going to have to think about that for a little bit. I know that giraffe have some very interesting things with regards to their blood pressures and be able to move blood from their hearts up their throats and necks. Kind of feed their brains also ability to kind of stop that while they are drinking. I would think giraffe to some degree have probably the highest blood pressure, moving blood from that heart, obviously a very big heart, all the way up to their heads, but also that ability to stop the blood flow while they are drinking. So it doesn't all rush to their head, and of course then, cause any other effects. And I do just need to think about this, but I'm kind of leaning towards giraffe at the moment. And I think I was correct there with the giraffe. Their blood pressure can reach 300 over 180. And that's almost twice that of an adult human. But that is closest to their heart. Of course, having to move that blood all the way up to their head and obviously service their brains, that blood pressure does kind of drop or taper off there, having traveled that distance. And then it is around equal to human beings. So through those arteries there, closest to the head, that is where it is then kind of equal to human beings, but arteries from the heart coming out at roughly 300 over 180. So just continuing on with our little chat around giraffe. One of the tricks that giraffes actually employ in terms of being able to deal with that blood pressure is in fact an evolutionary trait of theirs with regards to their heart. And it's actually because of the electrical rhythm of its heart. And that electrical rhythm differs quite extensively from other mammals. So that rhythm obviously allows the heart to pump more blood and obviously then be able to run hard. It's got very thick heart muscles as well. obviously they've got that natural ability then obviously to prevent hypertension within themselves, other problems with regards to kidney failure, liver damage, a number of other things just because of those specially adapted hearts and ability to kind of cope with those very high blood pressures. So just very interesting to note. But also along with those very thick heart muscles, also incredibly large chest muscles as well. You wouldn't even be able to get most kind of serrated dinner knives through that chest. Very, very thick, very big chest muscles. So just enjoying these this black-faced impala. Lovely to see him. Of course, there are a number of the springbok as well. Nice to see everyone around on the foreground right now. So cool just to sit back and relax, enjoy them. Hi Noel, thank you very much for asking your question. Very interesting one indeed. Wanting to know if animals do have taste buds, and I assume to some degree they would. Perhaps not as developed, or obviously with the same kind of development that what we have. But if you look at any animal's tongue, and perhaps even your domestic animals, so dogs and even cats to some degree, I'm sure there is a level of tasting that does go on within them, and even obviously the herbivores too. You know, obviously being able to taste things such as fruits, different flowers and that as well. You know, things like elephants and the rest. And I suppose smell is also a predominant sense too. So, you know, heightened senses of smell, also meaning that certain things obviously smell far more appealing. Of course, you'll notice that if you smell a very nice meal, you'll also get hungry. So I very much do think that that is the case. Of course, the development of those taste buds being far different to ours. I'm Pumalelo. So I'm sure giraffes do consume fruit, but they would obviously be higher hanging. Of course, their most favorite things is things like the Aldocaceous, or the Chilias, and the Senegalias, as what the new name is here. But I've never seen a giraffe picking at a fruit at the ground or bending over for that. You primarily only see them doing that special wide leg stance, or kind of the bent elbowed stance at water when they are drinking. But not to say that they perhaps wouldn't be tempted by any fruit that is still on a tree. If there were fruit on trees around, I wouldn't put it. I wouldn't think that wouldn't be the case. If perhaps they were around, why not? It would be highly calorific for the giraffe, although they do focus primarily on the trees I did mention, also Tamboti in areas. And of course, different and new green shoots that do come out at different times of the year. And flowers to some degree, those sweet flowers as well. Depending on the tree species, that would definitely be that. I'm yet to see a giraffe pick off any marula, for example, on the ground. Would be interesting to see, though. Would definitely be puzzled by seeing that behavior. Still just enjoying quiet moments here with these impala. Lovely to have them around. Of course, I'm sure the springbok will be about quite some time today. Egyptian geese hanging out there as well. Nice to have some variety. Of course, also lovely to see the hippo in Djuma. And we've got that lovely audio of the European bee-eaters and dove right now as well. And the laughing dove. Hi, Catherine. Thanks for asking your question. And you're looking at around 3 meters. Both them and springbok jump at around 3 meters high. This is actually very, very, very high. If you consider, far higher than human beings. And of course, they will strut and prunk as well. And kind of showing how agile and dexterous they really are. Kind of a sign to any predators that might be around, just to show exactly that. You know, look at how high I am jumping. Look at how athletic I am. I'm going to be really tough to catch. It's kind of what that sign is for anyone that would then be considering going for that impala or those impala. Hi, Lulu. And not at its top end speed. The springbok is the 3rd fastest animal in the world, and the fastest is a cheetah. So not able to outrun. But of course, they do have a lot of stamina, and a cheetah is only going to be able to maintain that high level of speed for a very short amount of time. So it does also depend on how close the cheetah can get to that springbok. Of course, that element of surprise as well. So those are a number of factors that obviously then play into that.
Are you ready for the ultimate fireside chat? Join James, Lauren, Cedric, and special guest Byron Soro as they pit some of Africa's iconic wild animals against each other. Who will be crowned the ultimate king of the jungle? Don't miss the incredible finale of our Safari Bowl weekend. Catch it live on February 11th.
So really just enjoying these peaceful scenes here. Nice to hear those bee eaters, of course, the other insects that are about. I'm sure flies and bees too hovering about. And the black-faced impala being ever closer to the shade. So just waiting to see what does transpire. Of course, just grazing about at the moment. A very cool scene anyway. Already pleasant scenes, lovely just to take it all in. Of course, nice bird audio that we do have at the moment. Nice to see a very clear Okakuya, something different from the last few weeks. Lots of cloud cover and rain. Let's have a look and see what our springbok are up to at the moment. A number of them coming back down here. Of course, we are waiting for someone else to come join us. I'm hoping that we will get some visual of... oh, there he is right now. The territorial wildebeest bull. It has been around. We have noted 2 wildebeest around at times, though. Of course, waiting to see if they are joined by gemsbok or perhaps even zebra. And he is rather far away for now. It looks like we are a bit stable. Not too much of a breeze. So nice to see wildebeest. And the brindled gnu. And I was doing some research the other day, and with regards to these blue brindled gnu, in fact, actually, I just want to pull it up. 6 subspecies, not the 5 we were talking about. A little bit north of here is the Angolan as well. So obviously that is in Angola itself, that being the other species of them. So this being a brindled gnu. So part of the blue, obviously. You get the eastern and the western white-bearded. You get the Nyasaland and the Crooksons. And, of course, the Angolan that I just mentioned now as well. And then the other species of wildebeest that is endemic to South Africa, found primarily in the Highveld areas or the grassland areas of the country. The black wildebeest with those horns that face forward, not coming out to the side, such as what we're looking at right now. A little bit smaller as well. So also have the white tail and white beard as well. The mane. And it's quite cool to see. Nice to see someone different. Nice to see that the wildebeest has come to join us. And a third mammal here for Kikuyu this morning. That second wildebeest has come out. Sounds like the Egyptian geese are rather unhappy with someone. but great to have picked up on these wildebeest right now. What we're going to do, though, while I see what's happening with the Egyptian geese, is cross back over to Tess and Morgan and see what's going on in Amakhala.
Oh my goodness, so much excitement. Not only did we get super lucky with those zebras and the jackals, we are now with the 3 amigos. How cool! They are relaxing up a storm, and believe it or not, I didn't think that they would have moved considering the size of their bellies yesterday. They have moved. They're now literally in the southwestern corner of Amakhala Game Reserve in the main section. And looking at them, you would never say that they ate to the state of balls yesterday. They looked like they were so round they wouldn't be able to walk yesterday. And yet somehow their bellies have gone down, they've started processing that meat, and they've moved. So we're hoping, now that it's nice and cool, maybe they're going to be playful or lift a head just now. You can see the tail flicking. Definitely some flies around, that would be irritating. But just so awesome to catch up with the amigos again. I have been so lucky the entire time that I've been here. I've managed to see these cheetahs more on more days than not. I think that's pretty amazing. We've seen these cheetahs sometimes every day for a few days in a row, and sometimes there's been like a day or two in between without seeing them, and that's it.
I think we went like 4 days, 5 days without seeing them. 4? When they crossed.
I think it was only 3 days. Yeah, because they chased that zebra stallion when they crossed in. And then they moved to the section and became a little bit tougher to find. But now we seem to be finding them every day again, which is awesome. Now you could only see 2 here, one closer to us and one you can just see some spots sticking out of the long grass behind. The other one is perfectly behind the tree stump, so perhaps we'll get lucky and see him moving. But we can always change position a little bit later. The boys aren't going anywhere right now, so we get to spend some time soaking in the amigos. You will hear there's another vehicle here with us. Everyone is really excited to be able to see the cheetahs. And of course, hey, lifted head. The cheetahs are really excited to be having some good rest. Still working off some red meat somewhere deep down. See, they're kind of alert and looking around, so especially with the sound of the vehicles, they're not worried about the vehicles at all. But what they want to do is make sure that while the vehicle is moving, they're not missing any movement close by that could be an animal stalking up to them. Ah, look, both of them have their heads up. They look so comfy. Ah, and back down. Oh, a nice big stretch. That is awesome. So we were chatting about these boys this morning in terms of where they have been on the reserve, and even before they crossed to that northern section where they were when I arrived, while they were down here in the main section, they were still spending their time in the southwestern corner here. So they haven't really ventured very far east. They haven't gone to those open areas where we have the zebras, or even towards that big basin at the foot of the mountains. And we were trying to figure out why they wouldn't have ventured that way, because there aren't any other cheetahs on that part of the reserve. However, just north of that part, I suppose, on Carnarvondale, which is the property on the northern side of the N2, there is that female cheetah, Phumelela, with her 2 sub-adults. Perhaps they can smell them, but we were also wondering if it might have been because the lions spend a bit of time around the basin area. Maybe they can smell them, maybe they can hear the kind of roaring coming from that side, and that's why they're not venturing further east. I don't think we'll ever truly know, though. Could be, I suppose, a combination of all sorts of different things. But in this section, at least we know that they have got quite a bit of food available, and they finally were successful yesterday. Kelsey, cat behavior changes with the weather depending on which cat you're looking at. So let's start with cheetahs because we've got the amigos in front of us. If it's a nice light rain, the cheetahs become more active. So just like we saw with the zebras this morning and the jackals, animals have a bit more energy on cooler days where there's very light rain as well. And that's just because they're not having to hide from that intense, draining heat. So they've got extra energy. They might as well use it to play and, develop those social bonds and all the things they want to do on hot days, but it's just too hot to actually use the energy for. So they do become a bit more active, but cats are also not overly fond of the rain. So these cheetahs, if it was raining really hard, would go straight for cover in a very dense thicket and hope that they can kind of try and keep themselves dry. They might tolerate it for a little bit, but then they'll go for cover and try and hide themselves from the very intense, heavy rain. Oh, hello boy, are you up? Here's the third one. Hey, pretty one. Now, if we compare that to, say, something like a leopard will still be active in quite heavy rain because they can use it to their advantage. So not only will all of the animals be moving more, the predators will be hunting more, including leopards and lions and cheetahs, because the sound of the rain and the smell of the rain covers the sound and smell of their approach, and the hazy kind of look that it gives the horizon means that they can also approach without being seen as easily. So that's across the board for all predators, even wild dogs, hyenas, jackals. But for things like leopards, they will use heavy rain as well to move undetected. Lions will do the same thing, but the difference is, with leopards and lions versus cheetahs, as much as they can tolerate that heavy rain and they might use it for hunting and cooling down, and lions especially love it for playing. They like to get muddy, they like to tackle each other in the rain, especially cubs and sub-adults get a lot of energy. The difference is they are more likely to tolerate it even when sitting still. So as much as if it gets really intense, everyone runs for cover, everyone, they will still sit out in the rain for a little bit longer than cheetahs are likely to. Just to get a soak, and then what they do is they groom their coats, and that's how they get quite a bit of their water, but it also just helps them stay cool and wash off a lot of that kind of mess from feeding. Cheetahs are much more likely to duck for cover a little bit quicker. They just don't like it as much. But leopards are probably the most well known for enjoying overcast weather. You can actually see a change in their eyes. On hot days, leopards look one way, and on overcast and cold and rainy days, they have this very mischievous, kind of cheeky, almost unpredictable look in their eyes, like anything could happen. So across the board, everyone will be a little bit more active unless it's raining so hard that it's actually just impractical to move and you just start getting cold and miserable, which is, I suppose, the same as humans. But this is often why you'll hear me say, some of my best days on safari ever have been rainy days, because all of my best predator sightings have happened in the rain, because they really do seem to enjoy it. Here we're quite lucky because the rain at the moment has been very light. It's very soaking rain, but it's very light. It's not those huge droplets. And then every now and then you get a massive thunderstorm with a huge downpour of very big droplets that hit quite hard. Up north in the Lowveld at the moment, they are actually flooding. Physically flooding. A lot of the Kruger Park is in fact closed and inaccessible. The rivers have burst their banks. Camps are underwater in some places. So that's a very different kind of rain to what we have here. And so up there you'll find that any animals out in that will probably be hiding, because it's also been consistent for a few days. So once that's built up enough, everyone just goes for cover and looks really miserable, and has to try and find high ground and some thick shrubbery to hide underneath and just try and be safe. If you haven't seen photos or videos of the current state of the southern section in particular of the Kruger Park, go and look it up. It's crazy. It's absolutely mind-blowing how much water there is and what the rivers look like. It's literally flooding. It's so nice having all three of them so close together now. This one with his head up is kind of watching out towards the open section down in the valley. I think just being a bit of a lookout now that he's moved. But you can see his eyes are starting to close, he's starting to get tired. LTWJ ants. Wow. I'm impressed I got that right. I think I did. I think I got that right. I'm going to go with it. LTWJ ants. Very cool name. It is always possible for big cats, and in fact any animals out here, particularly mammals, to have issues with their sinuses or allergies even. They can have allergies. I'm sure they must get headaches as well, and have fevers. Fever is actually quite common. So a fever is the easiest one to start with because it's the body's general response, automatic response to any form of infection. It spikes a fever because your body is trying to make whatever is causing that infection in your body become inactive by increasing the heat of your body, because a lot of those things, viruses and things like that, if you raise the temperature of their environment, they die off because it denatures proteins and enzymes, and it kind of can stop and slow down the interaction that it has with your body. So a fever is very common in animals, and that's, obviously common in people too. And it's the first thing we look for when we go to the doctor or the vet. They test to see if you have a fever, because that's an initial response to any form of infection that your body's trying to fight. So it is very common for them to have fevers if there's anything going on. Probably the most common causes for big cats, I would think, would be open wounds causing infections. So they can get sepsis from open wounds, and that can be from anything from fighting with each other to getting caught in a fence or a snare, which obviously those would be removed and the infection would be treated straight away. It could even be from a hunting accident, a horn or a hoof cutting where it shouldn't. And all of that can cause infection because there's flies out here that carry bacteria. Anything that they touch can cause an infection as well, because there's naturally bacteria everywhere here. There's animals urinating and defecating and coughing and spluttering, and of course there's just infection bound to happen. So that's probably the most common cause. Another one would probably be something like a problem with the teeth. Very commonly causes an infection in the mouth. So if they have a tooth broken off in a fight, or for example a lion getting kicked in the face by a zebra and breaking the jaw or removing some of the teeth by accident, you're leaving an open wound in the mouth, which is even more prone to infection because everything they put in their mouths will have bacteria on it. So anything like that, there's many more causes. I could go on with that list forever. Will immediately cause a fever, and that'll cause the animals to be a little bit more slow or sluggish, just like we are. When you have the flu and you've got a fever, you kind of just want to lie around in bed. You don't have much energy, and that's your body's way of trying to send all of the energy to the immune system so that you can fight the infection. So we actually get slow for a reason when we are ill. It's exactly the same with the big cats and all the other mammals. Sinuses, I would think, would be a bigger problem if, for example, they move to an area that they're maybe not used to, or it's dustier than usual and there's a buildup of dust. Another problem would be something like flies getting up into the nostrils and getting access to the sinuses, because they would find their way out, but they'd probably lay some eggs and things in there first, and that in itself could cause an infection. But it is always possible for animals to have allergies, or a buildup of dust, or even grass seeds can also be quite dangerous up the nose. So it can kind of build up and clog in the nostrils and get access to the sinuses. And that could obviously make them feel a little bit tilted, if that makes sense. It kind of makes you feel congested. And so that would obviously contribute to not feeling so good, and I'm sure they get headaches from that as well. But it's always possible for these things to happen. The difference is they're just better at managing it than we are. They're more used to it, and they've got probably a little bit more natural fight to it as well. So it's actually one of the theories why zebras and wildebeest walk and kind of nod their head as they walk. One of the theories that's been thrown around is that they do it to try and get flies out of their noses so that they can't lay maggots in the nasal passages and into the sinuses, because that would be impossible to get out. It's not like a maggot can fly out on its own. But of course, this is just a theory. There's no way to actually prove it. It's just a suggested theory as to why they might do that. I think it was just a happy accident. Because any animal that wants to clear its sinuses can sneeze, it can shake the head, it can blow out really hard. There's a lot of different ways to do it. But they're obviously quite used to this environment. They have been raised, in the bush, which means they're used to grass seeds, they're used to insects climbing all over them, especially around the eyes, ears, nose, mouth, looking for moisture. They're used to the dust, and so if I was to lie in the grass like that, it wouldn't be 10 minutes and I'd be sneezing so much I'd be crying. They're definitely much, much more adaptable and capable. I think animals in a lot of ways are a lot more adaptable than humans in general. They're forced to adapt, and they just kind of take it in their stride, make a plan or die. So it's survival of the fittest. They have to adapt. I think humans, we've gotten too used to changing the environment around us as opposed to changing in response to the environment. No matter what that environment is, whether it's actually the land and the buildings, or whether it's social environment or work environment, anything. Looks like the sun is starting to make an appearance. I can feel it's warmed up already, even though the wind is still cold. And it's definitely a lot brighter on the ground. I wonder if the cheetah brothers are going to move. If it stays like this for long enough, I'm sure they might. It's not quite full sun, but it's enough to make you instantly warm. I love that kind of half asleep jerk of the head. when they think they've heard something. And then straight back to sleep. It's a cheetah version of the alarm going off and pressing the snooze button. Stretching slowly happening. You can kind of see they just fall into the shade there of these blue gum trees. So maybe they won't move. Cody, thank you so much for your question and thanks for being on the back of the vehicle with me. Yes, I would think a cheetah's canines are smaller than a leopard's. Cheetahs are taller than leopards but weigh a lot less because they're slighter of frame and their heads are quite a bit smaller. So I wouldn't think that they would need canines nearly as big as a leopard's. Leopard canines can be a good few centimeters long. Cheetahs would be a little bit smaller. Also remember, cheetahs will more commonly go for much smaller prey than leopards, although these three have been an exception to that rule, going for big kudus and things like that. So provided that they can still bite in and close the animal's throats, they don't really need huge canines. Leopards, remember, also have to grip prey to pull it up trees, so they have adapted to have rather large canines. The only cat here I would think that would have bigger canines than a leopard would be a lion. And in fact, did you know that baboons, male baboons, have bigger canines than a leopard? But a leopards are still pretty big, so don't mess with a leopard. Don't mess with a baboon, they're probably scarier. I think they're scarier anyway. But yes, the cheetahs will have decent canines, but they would be smaller and thinner than a leopard's because they've got a much slighter face and frame. Yoshi, I haven't been lucky enough yet, unfortunately, to see these three beautiful boys climbing trees. Have you seen them climb trees, Morgan? No. I mean, I think the difference is if we have a look at kind of the area of Amakhala, there aren't actually very many trees for them to climb. Okay, granted, they've chosen the one patch of Amakhala that has probably the tallest and thickest trees, but they wouldn't climb these blue gums. There's too many branches in the way, and the branches are really horizontal. The cheetahs that I have seen climbing trees, rolling over, the cheetahs I have seen climbing trees have climbed kind of broken or pushed over trees. A lot of them dead trees with very low horizontal branches, so yeah, almost flat, so kind of similar to the ones in the background that you can see flattened like that, but higher up. So, you know, if you have, even the tree that's next to them, if you go kind of 2 meters up and then if you had a horizontal branch out to the left, I've seen them kind of that high up before, and I've seen them maybe a meter higher, but also very flat horizontal branches, or where the tree goes up and then it's been pushed over by elephants a couple meters up. So it's not broken just above the ground. So they're using more their ability to jump there than actually climb vertically up a tree, because they don't have retractable claws, so they don't have the grip. Their nails are kind of filed down by the constant motion of them always being outside. They don't pull them back into the paws like leopards and lions do. So they literally can't grip a tree like a leopard or a lion would be able to climb vertically up. So they need a kind of lowish branch that they can kind of jump and almost bounce off the trunk, if that makes sense, to land on the horizontal branch. And so there really aren't any trees like that here at Amakhala that I've seen that would be high enough that I would say, okay, they've actually climbed a tree, as opposed to just standing on a dead stump. But I mean, if they were in the Kruger Park or somewhere that there were maybe a few more of those big pushed over trees, they would probably try, because it's a great height advantage. But even here, there aren't any of those massive termite mounds either. You know, up in the Lowveld, the cheetahs are often on top of a very, very large termite mound that would be taller than me, and sometimes even taller than the car that we're in. They just love a good height advantage like any cat does. Hello, boys. Are you waking up? Oh, big yawn. Did you see the canines there? A little bit of white sticking out of the mouth. Hey, pretty boy. Kind of trying to find a spot where he doesn't stand on one of his brothers. Oh, look how thick that tail is. So that is actually a really good appendage to have when they're trying to climb a tree, because that'll at least help them balance. But it's much better as a quick speed change direction rudder while they're at top speed chasing down an impala or a springbuck. Or if you go further north, a Thompson's gazelle. We don't have those here. Oh, yay! The sun coming out has encouraged them to move a bit at least. Oh, he's even starting to pant. He's got his mouth open. I would love to see them up, but maybe a little closer and in the open so we can see how big those bellies are. Because the two that we have seen move haven't had huge bellies, but they haven't been up for very long either. Nadia, the fluffy tails really come in handy when they are hunting, but in fact it's not just the fluffiness that's more. So if you compare a cheetah's tail to a leopard's tail, they're both really, really fluffy. Compare that to a lion's tail, which is that smooth, soft coat, all the way down to the kind of bulby tip at the bottom, which is the fluffy hair on a lion's tail. So lions don't really use their tails for much other than a follow me sign, communicating body language, and flicking flies. Right, so that's kind of the extent of a lion's tail's uses. They're either flicking flies off themselves, they're using it for cubs to follow through long grass because they're looking for the black tuft, or they're flicking their tail in anger to show their body language. So lions are more than capable of not having a tail, in fact. But they don't use it for anything substantial. Even if they do try and balance up in a tree, they're just too big and clumsy, they fall out anyway. Their tail is really not going to help with that. Compare that to the uses of a cheetah's tail and a leopard's tail. Physically, they are much more thick, so they've got more muscle in their tails because they need more weight in the tail because they actually use it for something more functional than just basic communication. So for a cheetah, when they are running, their tail is practically as long as the body. It doubles their length if they keep their tail out straight. It's about as long as their body, and it's really thick and muscular because they use it literally as a rudder. So if you're reaching a top speed of 120 kilometers per hour and you need to change direction very quickly, yes, you can slam on brakes and try and turn, but if you slam on brakes, you're probably going to lose the prey. So the best way to do it is to angle your body and flick your tail. Use your tail as a counterbalance. So when you're turning left and you feel like your body's going to fall over left, the weight of the tail pushed out to the other side will pull the cheetah back up, and it can take those corners a lot easier. It's like having a trailer on your car. With a leopard, they do the same thing except not at top speeds. They do it when they're climbing trees and needing to balance. The tail acts as a great balancing mechanism and also a bit of a counterweight. So they're actually using it for more functional survival skills than just flicking flies away like lions do. would be an absolute dream come true for me to see these three boys up, stalking something, chasing it, and managing to take it down. I've seen them chasing a couple things, but for very short little spurts before they give up or get chased off. But I'd love to be able to show you and kind of go through that sequence of how they are using their bodies, but also how they're using those tails. Because you can see it as soon as a cheetah starts running, their tail, it just has a mind of its own. It looks like it's constantly moving and up and in different directions, just counterbalancing them as they try and move off at speed. But just to see them up is such a privilege. To see them at all is a privilege. But we're going to stick around and see if they decide to move a little bit more now that the sun is coming out, and we'll send you over to Alex in Okukuyu to see what's happening in Namibia.
Thank you, Tess. And yes, we are back here in Okukuyu. Quite a bit still going on. I'm going to check to see if the wildebeest are still to the north of us. But of course, for those of you that have joined, you are with myself, Alex, in Okukuyu. Okukuyu being in Etosha, and we have had a fantastic day today. Joined by some zebra now, so the fourth mammal species over here in Etosha. We've got a wildebeest also just off over there. Started the day with some lovely impala, some springbuck. Been across in Kariega with Nick. Some awesome birds. Some zebra as well. And some zebra cheetah with Tess in Amakala, as well as the crocodile with Ben earlier in Madikwe. So it has been a fantastic day. Lovely birds all about, and lots of animals. We did also have the jackals as well. Morgan very kindly reminding me of them. So lots of action going on. Very cool. Very cool indeed. These zebra far more relaxed than the ones earlier though. A lovely silhouette with them. Of course, not the numbers that we're used to seeing throughout the course of the dry season. The majority of the zebra have migrated to the east. Of course, with all the rain that has fallen, there is a small population that does hang back. And zebra being the second most populous herbivore found in Etosha, the most being the springbok. Both have very high numbers, around 15,000 or so each. They're really massive populations of them when you consider. This area is obviously very expansive, larger than the Kruger Park. A massive reserve indeed, although very dry at times. But great to see the green. And an awesome silhouette right now as well. Just a quiet moment. Nice to check in with the zebra here. Of course, just enjoy a cool little sighting like this. Perhaps hanging about for a little bit longer. I'm sure they'll just move off. So we'll keep tabs in with the wildebeest and kind of note which direction these guys head off in. Still getting lots of nice audio from the European bee-eaters. There's the little grebe we wanted to find earlier. It's still about. I'm going to zoom out now that the zebra decides to move off. Try and get a nice look at the wildebeest. Hi, Mpumelelo. No, they do not. They will both happily graze in amongst each other. Of course, if there was competition for resources, that might mean that there might be some form of altercation, but I've not yet to hear of it. So both impala and springbok being mixed feeders, so having that ability to go for Both browsing matter as well as grazing matter, even fruits, other flowers. And springbok even known for going for some of those tubers as well. Springbok also not known to be territorial. Impala obviously will kind of a rut, and they do set up a little harem and territory once that is the case. As the springbok breeds seasonally. Another difference between them. Impala obviously also quite a bit bigger than the springbok too. A nice little look. So nice to see some of the springbok ewes around. The zebra moving off towards that thicket right now. A number of other springbok off in the distance. And really lots going on today. I do think because of all the sunshine we do have at the moment, it's going to be rather hot. And hopefully that will attract more animals down to us. We'll just have to wait and see how that works out. But nonetheless, it's been fantastic to spend all this time. Large numbers of springbok, good numbers of impala, the 2 wildebeest that were present, and this little harem of zebra that came through for us. Hi Tank, thank you for answering or asking your question. And we're currently in the midst of the rainy season. So we're about a month and a half in really, call it 5 weeks in. So majority of the rain here in Okakuya falls between January and end of March. So 3-month kind of window of rainfall. That is enjoyed here. The land definitely laps it up. And we're looking at around an average annual rainfall of about 350 mils. And we're roughly around 5 weeks into the rainy season at the moment. So it's still nice we do have some visual of the zebra. While they are about, we're going to try and stick with them for a moment. Of course, we are stationary here at this camera, so we can only access the zoom. They're starting to get a little bit far away, but we will obviously enjoy the rest of the mammal life that is about. And keep tabs on all of them at some point. So once they do start to head a little bit deeper, I think we'll have a little squiz to see if the wildebeest are still about. Otherwise, we'll come back and join the springbok. Just quiet scenes, always awesome just to take it in. Nice to pick up on any of the other audio that might be going on. Perhaps an alarm call here or there. Or anything else really vocalizing in the area. Always nice just to keep a tab on what's going on, at least with the audio. And that being a good trick, regardless where you are in the bush. Just noting what is going on around you and listening in to the sounds of anything that is in the area. Acacia pied barbet calling in amongst the European bee eaters. Very cool. Nice little audio. As I said, what I'm going to do, it looks like the zebra are slowly starting to push off. Zoom back out, have a little pan around, try and pick up on the wildebeest. There is one over there. So those zebra are getting a bit far away. Let's have a look at something different for the moment. Nice to see the wildebeest. Of course, we've got the springbok in the foreground right now. It looks like an impala in the shade. There could be a springbok though. I think a springbok actually. But quite cool actually with this view here, being able to look right towards the tree line. Of course, it's always great seeing if anything wants to pop through or out. Maybe picking up on an interesting sighting. Hi Shukran. I think it would be quite interesting to watch. Of course, you know, coming from these areas, they would be adapted and know kind of what is going on. Although yet to see anything hunt. Have seen black-backed jackal and lion here. I'm sure there are cheetah in the area. Of course, there are spotted hyena and there are leopards too. But I'm sure the element of surprise coming out of one of these little thickets is probably what would be employed first. And I'm also sure because this is rather open, that the cover of nightfall would be the best time for any of the predators really to do much hunting. I just want to zoom back out and have a look and see what's happening at the waterhole here. Both the blacksmith lapwings and the Egyptian geese having something to say at the moment. So just trying to pick up on what was maybe irritating the Egyptian geese and the lapwing. Maybe there was a bird of prey that was up in the sky that they picked up on. It did go almost hoarse, I would think. The other day we were watching a tawny eagle that had come down, and just about every bird that was around wasn't happy. And this is what I was expecting earlier. And I did think that the impala was going to be the one to take first dibs on the shade here. And of course, this is an impala, different horn structure that they do have, obviously far bigger, also bigger body size than the springbok. Springbok just there behind it in the background there, obviously out of the shade, and the impala ram capitalizing on what I think would be far cooler weather underneath the shade, of course, with all that greenery around. Just enjoying a peaceful interlude. Probably just ruminating right now. Those that have come to visit, very typical of any GNU really. So I did note that that impala is under the shade there. Just heard some of the gnus calling off in the distance. I do think it's just, there were two, so it's probably one of them, maybe one resting in some shade at the moment. I'm going to get it hopefully a little closer in on this one. A little more active than the ruminating impala in the shade. Of course, there are the kind of dispersing zebra, if you want to call it that. Those that are heading towards the tree line. Of course, different grazing pastures. But a nice little scene here. Lots going on at the moment. Springbok grazing throughout, and the wildebeest. So lots of action going on. Nice to see the zebra come through for us. But where there's some more action, it's across with Tess and Morgan. It's time for us to check in with Amakala again.
The action on this side is definitely in the micro movements department. We're seeing the occasional tail flick or ear flick. Every now and then we get treated to a little head lifting up. But for now it looks like these three boys have settled into proper catnap mode. It was getting warm enough that we were almost ready to take a layer off, and now the clouds have come up again. The sun is starting to disappear and it's cooling down, which means I don't think the cheetah are going anywhere. There's a tail flick. So I'm sure you can hear that buzzing sound. I'm hoping you can. There's a little bee that's taken a liking to me. So the insects, despite the weather, are still out and about, and it's probably got quite a bit to do with that kind of low pressure cell. So there's a pressure cell moving north at the moment. From us it's pushed up to kind of Lower Kruger area. From there it's still moving north. They're experiencing hard rain at the moment, which is going north. We've had a bit of rain, but it doesn't get as hard here. It kind of builds as it goes further north. But what that does is, as that rain is building up and the clouds are building up, it brings in a low pressure cell. So what happens is insects kind of start getting flushed out of the grass. They become extra active, and with that it has a tendency to irritate things like these cheetahs. Because there are a lot more insects around, it means that they're going to have to be extra vigilant with their tails and their ears, unless they're in a zone where they're just falling into a bit of REM sleep, a bit of deep sleep. And then you might find they don't move for a little bit. Oh, there's a little kick there. Something was frustrating. Oh, hello. Did you get a fright when your brother stretched? Was there a noise? Oof, look at him in that light as the sun's coming out. He is gorgeous. He almost looks like he's going back to sleep already. Lord Amakala, I'm glad to see you watching over your property. Yes, absolutely, cheetah claws will get blunt. Don't get me wrong, they are still sharp enough to cause some decent scratch wounds, but they are definitely not as sharp as a lion's or a leopard's or even the smaller cats that retract their claws. So what happens is they kind of they are ground down on the surface from all of the walking, particularly in the kind of rough gravel sections and over the rocky surfaces. On the grass, it doesn't grind down nearly as much, but yes, they will kind of grind down over time. It does still have a sharp point on the end, but not sharp like an eagle's talon, like a leopard's claw, where it's got a tip that you can clearly see looks like a bit of a needle shape. Cheetahs have that flattened shape like a dog's claws, but on the end, they are still capable of scratching. Because it kind of grinds down, it does sharpen the end a little bit. It's a much rounder, broader, flatter tip, but it's still sharp enough to cause damage. So they do get kind of pushed backwards a little bit. They get kind of flattened on the tips, but they do still need to be sharp enough to get grip with and wide enough to get grip with. So they kind of use them as the propeller. It sinks into the ground. As their paws hit the floor, the claws kind of sink in and they push off forwards. And they do still need to be able to use those claws as well to get a little bit of grip into animals if they are successful on a hunt. So they're still there, they're still sharp, but they're not quite the same type of sharp as the pointy claws of leopards and lions and smaller cats. It's much more similar to if you've ever seen a domestic dog's claws. I don't know if you've ever been scratched by a domestic dog. I've had scratches from domestic dogs that have bled and bled and bled, so they are still more than capable of breaking the skin, just in a slightly different way. Oh, that was a big yawn. Nope, back to sleep. Nope, awake again. You can see he's starting to look up and yawn. His mouth is open, so he is warming up. Maybe he's going to get up and move into the shade. Potentially just taking a bit of time to warm up the other side before he moves. But where I was going as well with talking about the insects is that this is great for birds in particular. So there are a few birds calling around us, but we can hear insects more than we can hear birds at this point. And I'm sure the cheetahs can too. So they like the sounds of the birds. I think the insects probably sound a bit irritating. That buzzing right next to your ear is never fun. There we go. Hello, boy. That is incredible. Their bellies were huge yesterday and already they look like they could eat again. Still a little bit rounded towards the back of the rib cage while he was up, but definitely not what I was expecting to see today after seeing the size of their bellies yesterday. We literally could spot them just based on the size of their bellies yesterday. They were flat and you could see these clear bellies sticking out like termite mounds. It's not there at all today. So they've processed that meat incredibly fast, and I suppose that makes sense. They are young males. They're still growing. They're still getting to 2 years old. They're not even there yet. So I suppose a bit of a growth spurt still happening. And they'd very likely only just finished gorging themselves yesterday when we found them, when we saw them. Now they've had about 24 hours to process it, so moving through the system. Lord of Amakhala, the best night vision of all the cats that we would get here, you'd probably find leopards and lions are almost on par. I almost want to say leopards would be a little bit better than lions, but that's just a gut feel. That's not based on any evidence. That's just, in my mind, it would be like that because leopards move more than lions do, so I would think that would be the case, but they have better night vision than cheetahs do. That's because cheetahs have adapted to functioning more during the day, specifically to avoid moving around when lions and leopards, or the bigger cats, are active, because they are in direct competition and they don't ever want to put themselves in a situation they shouldn't be in. So I would think leopards and lions are pretty much on par. And then don't forget the smaller cats as well have exceptionally good eyesight. So African wildcats, servals, caracals, they are also active day and night, but a lot of them are active at night, especially African wildcats, black-footed cats. So they would also have ridiculously good eyesight. But across the board, cats are just really well known for having exceptional night vision. It's not night vision in the sense that, you know, if you look through night vision goggles and you can see things glowing, it doesn't work like that. They're just much more capable of picking up light at night. So it would be kind of hues of grayscale, if that makes sense. And then they can clearly see the movement. They can see tiny little details, but don't forget that that also is helped along by their excellent sense of smell and hearing. It's a combination. Now, Morgan was telling me the other day that spring hares... Yes, Morgan saw an article about spring hares, about how they have something in them that can reflect UV light, which is interesting because then they get that kind of bluish tinge. And I was actually reading an article about it yesterday, which is what made me think of it now. I was reading an article yesterday where they have found bioluminescence in some of the nocturnal predators. And what it looks like, if you've ever seen bioluminescence in the waves, it's either a green or a light blue kind of glow that comes from the waves. And they found that in certain nighttime predators. And I think that's quite interesting. I had not heard of that until this last week. And then yesterday I found that article. And it looks like you've taken a black and white photo and just added blue highlighter around the eyes, the mouth, the teeth, the nostrils. It's just fascinating to look at. And I wonder why that would have adapted.
Wild Earth is looking for unique wildlife sightings filmed by you. They can be old or new, from anywhere in the world, and filmed on a camera or on your phone. In return, we will give you cash, an opportunity to win a prize, and a chance to see your clip on TV with your name in the credits. It's easy. Head over to wildearth.tv/content to find out more.
in their urine there's a bit of a luminescence that lights up in UV light. And that's what birds can see, so it must look very different under UV light. It would be fascinating to know why things like spring hares might be able to reflect some of that UV light. And why those predators would have it, I have no idea. Oh, really? Oh, warthog. Oh, I see it there. Just behind the blue gum. The cheetah haven't really noticed it though. Maybe they've learnt their lesson after being chased off by a warthog 2 days ago. Oh, there's a few warthogs up top. I've just seen. Yeah, so there's more down to the left of the cheetah. Those are the ones I were looking at. I think you were looking at the one up to the right. They're all kind of zipping in and out in between the blue gums. Oh yeah, little ones. Ooh. You would think that would be an easy way for the cheetahs to wake up and find a meal. But in fact, I think the warthogs are so vicious, the cheetahs haven't even bothered to try. Oh, there's one actually coming up behind the cheetahs now, Morgan. Look there, it's coming closer. Oof. It looks very unhappy. Look at that body language. It's noticing the movement, but hasn't quite pinpointed it. There we go, now it's looking in the right direction. They're almost staring at each other. That is crazy. Oh, did you see that change in body language? While the warthog was looking at it, it was just sitting completely still. As soon as that warthog started running, the cheetah lifted himself. Morgan, that was a really interesting sound in my ear. Not Morgan on the vehicle, Morgan in Johannesburg. Oh. Did you see that change though in the cheetah? So this is why, if you ever heard the phrase, whatever you do, don't run. When you're going for a bushwalk, this is why. That immediate change from I'm standing up to you to I'm going to move away at speed. Initially, the cheetah was not so sure. As soon as that change happened, it immediately kicked into his instincts, oh, this might be prey. That change in body language changed the kind of standoff. And now the cheetah's going, hang on. You're a bit nervous. I can take advantage of this, especially if there's tiny, tiny little piglets, which there are. That could be interesting. So essentially what backing off and moving away at speed does is it kind of initiates the hunting instinct or the stalking instinct. It just kind of starts a fire. That you've changed from a potential threat to, potential prey. As soon as you stand your ground in the bush, animals get nervous and they're not really sure what you know that they don't know, and so they double guess what they should do. As soon as you run, you make yourself the target. I wonder if these cheetahs would go for these warthogs. I mean, they're three pretty big warthogs together, but the prospect of a juicy piglet, will it be enough to get the cheetahs to be fully interested? I mean, not at the moment. He's looking around as though he's looking for another option. But he is still checking in on them. The other two, I think, are still flat. We can't see their heads lifted, although one is perfectly behind a blue gum. He's kind of flattening the top of his head. Queen of Amakala. I'm loving this. The whole Amakala crew is here today. All the royalty showing up. Thank you. I feel very special. Signs of any cat reaching sexual maturity, but particularly cheetahs, would start off with becoming independent from their parents, or their mom in particular, because cheetahs stay with their mom. As soon as they start becoming sexually mature, mom actually moves away, but they might also choose to leave, especially females might move off on their own before mom actually moves away from the rest of the litter. And then, of course, things like scent marking are probably quite important. Establishing your own territory and starting to scent mark means, I mean business, this is now my spot, everyone else can move. And then, of course, actively seeking out a mate as well. So if there's any form of movement towards, okay, this is where I'm going to be and this is where you can find me, whether it's a male or a female, they're going to start scent marking, they're going to start establishing their own territory, they'll become independent from their mums. And then I suppose the final part of that would be actually witnessing them mating or even having aggression towards other cheetahs. Excuse me, you can move off, this is my spot. Any form of aggression like that would indicate that they're becoming sexually mature. And then, of course, it's time for the first litter. These warthogs are all coming closer. See how the cheetah's flattened his head? He looks like he's about to sink back into the grass. We've got 3 big warthogs. 2 are adult, 1 looks kind of sub-adult, and then I can see 2 or 3 little piglets. 3. 2. 3. Yes, 3. They're running straight towards the cheetahs. This is insane. The guy's flattened his head. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh, the warthog got that cheetah. Those warthogs sound like helicopters. Both of the baby warthogs are off to the left on their own. They're going again. Oh, the warthogs are coming back. 1, 2, both the babies, they're on their own. There's the 3rd adult. I haven't seen the 3rd baby, but also haven't heard a squeal. Oh, there's the 3rd baby. The cheetahs are coming back. They're going for the baby. Oh my goodness. I don't know if we should move forward or not. I feel like they're going to do a loop straight back to us. I don't want to get in the way. I think let's go. Let's go a little forward and just see. I don't want to get in the way, so if we see them coming back, we're going to stop. This is ridiculous. So they're kind of in here somewhere. Did you hear that squeal? As soon as that little one realized, oh, here's a cheetah. As soon as that little one realized it was on its own and there was a cheetah coming, straight up squealing. Okay, let's have another listen. So this one's given up. He's not going any further. Oh, I can still hear the warthogs. Okay, we're going to move forward again. I think they're in this thicket just in front of us. Those warthogs sounded like helicopters. I've never heard warthogs make that sound before. That is insane. Oh, there's a cheetah up to the right. Here's the warthogs. Here's the warthogs. I'm going to stop here. All right. So there's the warthogs. I think they've got a burrow there. There's a bit of a dug up section. This is crazy. I don't know where the other cheetahs are. I only saw one. So we're kind of just watching behind us and in front of us at this point to see who pops out where. Crystal, that was crazy cool, right? I'm so excited. That's all I've wanted to see for days, and I didn't think it was going to happen with warthogs. Ooh, they look so mean when they run. I really didn't think it was going to happen because, I mean, surely the boys have learned their lesson with warthogs. Did you see that when the warthog was underneath it and kind of pushed it upwards, almost tossed it? Like, this is crazy. I wonder if that last one is staying at the burrow with the little ones. That piglet squealed like mad when it saw that cheetah coming. Oh yeah, there's the piglets. So I can kind of see one coming back from the thicket, one of the warthogs. The other ones have just gone into a burrow there. I at least glimpsed the piglets, so the piglets are still fine. So the warthogs have won again. They're all coming back to the burrow. There they pop out. They're staring at us as though we might be a threat. I'm a little nervous. Warthogs are hardcore. I think the cheetahs have given up. Yo, you do not want one of these warthogs running at you. That is crazy. Yeah, we can't see the cheetahs from here. Oh, see if we can glimpse them. We had a little gap of them back here. Yes, here's a cheetah here. Warthogs are running again. There's two cheetahs there. They're perched, kind of sitting, looking opposite ways. Oh, they are chirping. Oh, that made me so hot. I'm ready to take my jacket off. That was so exciting. Where's the third cheetah? Maybe that's why they're chirping. They're trying to find their third brother. He's chirping further to the right. There they go. They're responding to his chirps. Oh, he's up here on the tree. He's on the tree. He's on the tree. Yes, we're getting all the things. He's up on a tree stump. Oh, that is so cool. After all of this talk, we're getting everything we wanted.
So we've seen them on a tree like this before.
Yeah, like a little fallen stumpy. See how he's using it for a height advantage. That is awesome. So he's looking for his brothers. The warthogs are all looking around going, what is happening? Okay, I think we're going to follow the cheetahs. The warthogs are still, they're still standing looking around at the burrow going, what's going on? What's going on? That was nuts. Oh my goodness. I'm ready to take my jacket off. Let me tell you, my adrenaline went sky high. Right, we're going to go in here. Yeah, he was. We're seeing it all today. This is epic. Sorry, you're going to hear me moving. I need to take this jacket off before I overheat as much as the cheetahs after a hunt. That was so exciting. Oh yes, he's also up on a stumpy, a fallen tree. Wow. That was so exciting. I didn't see which one of the three had the warthog underneath him, but he got away very, very lightly, having had a warthog under his chest. Oh, hello boys. Wowee. That was so cool. Oh, Starbuck, those warthog were so serious. I'm sure they still are at that burrow, not playing at all. Don't you threaten my piglets. Oh, this is awesome, watching the cheetahs lose their balance off of tiny little branches. Oh, this one's coming around from the right. That's so cool, coming straight towards us. There's just cheetahs everywhere. Wow. That changed so fast. Unreal. They look amazing. Oh, Yoshi, I'm so happy you're enjoying it as much as we are. This is awesome. I mean, in all that chaos, I didn't even get to point out what they did with their tails, but if you go watch it back, I'm sure you'll see that they were using their tails in intense amounts while they were flying around after those warthogs. That was just amazing. Did we manage to get that warthog under his chest?
I honestly don't even know which cheetah the camera was looking at.
Everything was just happening. I don't know what we were looking at, but there were cheetahs and there were warthogs, and it was just wild. But if you missed that, if you missed any of the show, if you even missed any of the sunrise or sunset safaris, and you want to catch up on some of those highlights, head over to the app and look for the best bits section, because that's where this and everything else will be that you may have missed out on if you didn't catch the whole thing. That was so cool. There were just cheetahs flying everywhere. And trees in the middle, and warthogs squealing. Yeah, they picked the only tall trees in Amakhala to block every view. And they did it perfectly. Yeah, the warthogs won that hands down. Hands down. I really hope we got that warthog under the cheetah's chest. It looked very similar to the jackal that did a somersault this morning. That cheetah was nearly on his face on the floor. Those warthogs were having none of it. Don't even think about it. And that little squeal from that third piglet. Oh my word. Reminds me of my piglet Dobby at home. Squeals like mad. About the same size actually now. I think the warthogs might be a little bigger though, the baby warthogs. So I definitely would never be persuaded to bring Dobby here, because my goodness, these cheetahs would have a field day. They are very good at picking trees, Morgan. To be fair, they were in the gap when I stopped. They are slowly coming out though, each one behind their own tree. Yeah, he just wants to keep us on edge, you know, on the edge of our seats. There we go. It's the one with the collar again. He seems like the one to initiate the hunts. It's almost like he's sniffing where that little warthog ran, because this is that path it took as it came back out on its own. It probably, in the craziness, emptied its bowels. This is a very common thing to happen. So if it did defecate, if it literally pooped itself while it was running, that's very likely what that cheetah is smelling. It'll smell that trail of any urine or any feces. It seems to kind of be a natural reaction in any animal when it's being chased, particularly warthogs. So you can see he's still got a slight limp. He's had that limp since I arrived. Since a little bit before, actually. Hello, boy. He likes trees. He's adamant that he will do everything he can behind a tree stump. But he did have his moment of glory as the first cheetah in the sighting to be up on a fallen tree, at least. Right, so as soon as he's moved back wow, I'm so excited, I'm stuttering. As soon as he's moved back to the other cheetahs, then we can move that way again and try and get a better view. We'll just wait for him to finish moving first. After all that excitement. I wouldn't be surprised if one of those warthogs comes back trotting along with his chest out, just to kind of push them a little further. Remind them who's boss. Now that the piglets are safely at a burrow, it's a much better situation for them to be in. Alright, and off we go. This is so cool. I've literally been saying for nearly 2 weeks I want to see these guys trying to hunt. Oh, Veronica, yes, cheetahs absolutely do scent mark. Very similar to a leopard, they kind of lift the tail and urinate in specific spots, a lot of the time next to trees. Hello, big boy. Who's coming this way? Alright, well, we'll stick with you then. But they'll also rub their faces and their cheeks on things as well. But urination and feces are usually the best ways to scent mark. Wow. There we go. Oh, he's scent marking at the moment, but behind the pole. Pity. That same tail straight up, it looks like the tail vibrates and they urinate against a tree. Maybe we'll get them doing it at some point. Sorry, you will also see a bit of movement on the car. We're just readjusting after all the excitement. My cushion nearly went flying out the car. Right, the third brother is coming back now to join in. That's not the one with the collar.
No.
Has he also got a limp?
I think he's the one that had a lump.
The one with the collar definitely had a limp as well, though. That's interesting. Simon, I'm so happy that you are enjoying it. This is just, it's too good. It's too good. Oh, are you going to scent mark? Are you going to show us? Please? No, never mind. No, it's nap time. See how all three of them are panting though? That little bit of excitement that didn't last long. It was honestly a few minutes at a severe maximum, and all three of them are panting, they're overheating. This is why cheetahs can struggle with hunts. And imagine the extra adrenaline for them as well, having 3 warthogs fighting back. So that also would spike the adrenaline, increase the heart rate, cause them to heat up even faster. It's just crazy. Oh, I can't wait to go back and see if we got that warthog under the cheetah's chest. There are just cheetahs flying everywhere. Alright boys, are we in severe relaxing mode now? Trying to catch the breath. Heavy panting, very alert, very typical state of coming down from an adrenaline rush. So they also know that movement, the squealing of the warthogs, the noise of the adults sounding like helicopters. I mean, I haven't heard that sound a lot. That would have attracted any other animal's attention that might have been in the area, whether prey or competition. It would have attracted their attention. So that's also part of the reason why the cheetahs are now very alert, looking around, listening. They don't want the warthogs to come back and beat them up again, but they also don't want other animals to come in because of that flurry of movement and sound. It's given away their position, or potentially given away their position. So they're going to be a little bit extra alert for now, keep their heads up, keep panting. And only once all of that is settled down in their bodies will we see them flopping over again onto their sides properly and having a good nap. I think the switch there for them happened when they noticed the piglets. Because initially the piglets were so small they were covered by the bush while they were further away. And that one adult came back and looked and kind of gave the intimidation factor. And then moved off and we saw that first glimmer of interest. But then when the warthogs all came back and the piglets came with them and they noticed the piglets, I think that was just enough to send them all flying. But hopefully they learn quickly that warthogs are not something that they should prioritize on their menu. The previous dominant male cheetah from Amakhala was killed by a warthog not so long ago. So it's really not something that they should be messing with. Starbuck, there would definitely be a hierarchy amongst these three males. It seems like one is a little older, this one with the collar, that's to the right of the pair there. He seems like the more dominant one at the moment. He seems to make the decisions and he seems to be a little older. So we are thinking he is the dominant male, so he would have the first mating rights, but it doesn't mean he'll be the only one to mate. It just means that he will compete with his brothers and most likely be the first one and the main one to mate, but it doesn't mean the others will completely suppress their need to mate or that they won't try. If they have opportunity, they absolutely will. But it does usually fall to the dominant one first. First and foremost, that was a nice yawn. Great way to get some extra oxygen into the lungs. Who knew that a cheetah's yawn was contagious? I didn't. Made me yawn there. And Morgan now. Guys, you were fighting it. You lost the battle. I did not know cheetah yawns could be contagious to humans. You can still see they've got a bit of fluff behind their shoulders, so they're not quite out of that sub-adult phase just yet. They're still fluffy behind the neck. So I don't know if you've ever seen pictures or actually been lucky enough to see young cheetahs that have that full mantle down the back of the neck. It looks like a honey badger's fluff. They look very white on top and very dark on the bottom to make them look a bit like a honey badger, like they're intimidating. When in fact, young cheetahs are incredibly vulnerable, the most vulnerable of all the predator babies at that same ages. That kind of only goes away from about 2 years old, and then they kind of move towards, okay, now we're sexually mature. They've still got some of that fluff. At least it's cooling down. The sun's disappeared again, so it'll help them catch their breath and bring the adrenaline back down to neutral. He's looking up as though he wants to climb that tree. I think Morgan and I are also just trying to get back to zero here, back to neutral. We're also starting to yawn, trying to get some oxygen in, trying to recover our bodies from that adrenaline rush. That was awesome. Oh, they're definitely contagious. Now they're making each other yawn and making us yawn. Oh, they are so beautiful. Is he gonna scent mark? Please? Oh. Nope. Finding shade. And down. Alright, so we're finally getting to that point now where they are starting to get back to that state of, alright, let's lie down and actually get into a decent rest again. Everything has calmed down a bit. So we'll wait for them to kind of go completely to sleep and just see if anything else happens. But for now, we will send you back over to Okukuyo Camera in Namibia.
Well, fantastic scenes down south in Okukuyo, and one of the more subdued scenes here right now. Of course, the herbivores in our picture do have that added advantage of having a rather kind of clear line of sight for anything that would be wanting to approach them, but lovely that they are so close to us. So of course it is rather open, meaning that all of these springbok, at least in frame, would definitely figure out if anything was in the area. But lovely scenes, like I said, and awesome just to have something different again. Nice to have all these springbok that have joined us and rather close. So grazing in amongst the concrete, really quite special. Of course, something different, but something special again. A very calm day here in Okukuyo. Really not much of a wind or breeze to talk about. Lots of sun, and no doubt a rather hot afternoon to look forward to. We're just taking the opportunity just to watch as these guys come rather close to us. Notice that there's actually far more rams around than ewes, and in particular when we've seen them in the last few weeks. So I sense mostly bachelor herds that are around. Of course, we have seen the odd lamb and a couple of ewes, but mostly rams. One ewe there off to far right of us, it seems, or a young ram. I think actually a young ewe, and then the second one from the water closest to us, a ewe as well. But rather interesting to always look at the dynamics and see who's about, who's showing up for the day. So really quite cool. And we were talking about the differences really in what scenes we've just had. Of course, the cheetah, the warthog now in Amakhala, and us enjoying the springbok who are right close to us. And we will be starting to have a look at Safari Bowl from tomorrow. That looking at the various strengths that animals possess in order to survive in the wild. So speed, strength, endurance, and the power, and their power, are all critical to survival. So all of us naturalists will be looking at who wins in each of these categories in a fun-filled 2-day event. And may the best species be crowned king of the jungle. So just join Lauren, Cedric, James, and Byron from tomorrow the 11th to the 12th for this fun and interactive Safari Bowl. And there's a fireside chat for explorers on Saturday the 11th of Feb. So tomorrow evening, do stay tuned for that. But that is for explorers only. And of course the Safari Super Bowl that is coming to us this weekend. Lots going on obviously. Lots of European bee-eaters around as well. What I'm going to do is just zoom back out. Let's have a look to see if the wildebeest have got closer. They have been hanging about for some time. Of course, lots of springbok. No sign of that rather noisy little flock of European bee-eaters. The wildebeest seems to be quite far off over here. We'll just have another close look. So spending most of its time grazing here throughout the day. Some springbok as well. And of course this is the direction that when we did see our zebra here, they moved often. So the wildebeest kind of giving us the slip over here. A little bit of hide and seek. Just going just behind that thicket over there. There's that springbok that is in the shade there too, and a number coming back down towards the water's edge as well. So let's see what happens with them. Otherwise we'll go and get a closer look at the springbok once again. Enjoy them while they hang about. Bablu, thank you very much for your comment. Yes, it really is a herbivore's paradise, or herbivore's paradise at the moment. Also having dispersed a lot of vegetation around for all the herbivores at the moment. Not having to travel as far, also not having to travel as far for water either. I'm going to just come back to our springbok. Nice to see who else is around. Nice to just get a visual of the wildebeest, but he has gone behind that kind of tree stump. Or fallen over trunk. Let's have a look over here. So a nice little silhouette with it being rather calm. But also very special. Nice to see. And exactly what Bablu was talking about. blues, greens, even the concrete coming through, but of course the awesome coloration of the springbuck too.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
You miss all. Never fear, you won't have to miss another beat on Wild Earth again with our Catch-Ups channel, where you can rewatch missed safaris and shows whenever you please. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
So peaceful scenes remain. A couple of the springbok have kind of moved off. What I'm going to do is check to see if anyone's moved under the shade. Those ones have stopped drinking for now. Others have kind of decided on different areas. And it's interesting, with all the rain that we have had, some cloud cover slowly starting to build in the distance. So perhaps some weather expected in the next few days. But with the water getting as high as it has from the rain that has fallen, let's actually have a little look here. The springbok and even the gemsbok not being too keen to even wade into the water. And we haven't had any swimming ellies of late. So really, I think all the waterfowl enjoying some respite from that, because it can get rather hectic at times. And animals do enjoy getting into the waterhole. This impala ram also electing to spend his entire day mostly around the Okakuya waterhole, so it's been fun having him around. Nice to have different diversity of species throughout the day today. So really fantastic, lovely day that we have had. And for those of you who have joined, Wild Earth is looking for unique and jaw-dropping, beautiful wild animal sightings and encounters from our viewers to use across the different Wild Earth platforms. And in return, you can earn money, you can win prizes, and you also get to see your name in the credits on the Wild Earth TV shows. So any of you viewers that do have awesome sightings or any epic form of encounter, please do send those through. Please also go and have a look on our website and click on the content creator to find out anything more around this. But if you do have anything that you wish to share, do head across over to there, give it a click and find out more. It really is just cool to be able to sit here midday, kind of big early afternoon, and have everyone else hanging about, all these herbivores that are around. Of course, feeding is definitely the top priority now for them. Enjoying all of the vegetation, bulking up, especially the impala, I'm sure, for that rut. But nice just to have all of this going on and about us, and ready to see what else might happen. So just capitalizing on quiet moments. Nice to have our black-faced impala here. And these springbok quite close to us. So let's see if I can't get a little closer to them. It is awesome. They have spent most of the day here. Otherwise just peaceful, really. Nice way to kickstart lunch if any of you are. Just enjoy quiet moments with nature and the natural world that really they come from. Are special anyway. Trying to keep the impala in frame, because obviously there are lots of springbok about. So that impala has just moved off a bit, but a couple of these springbuck are drinking. And rather cool to have them about here as well. Of course, some different behavior to the grazing that we've just been watching. I've kind of consumed all those little devil flowers as well, so clearly that is something high on the menu item or the shopping list for the springbuck as well. It's been really special. We've had a lovely day escaping to nature. Kikuyu has come through. Lots of diversity, awesome bird sightings. Of course, a lovely hippo in Djuma. But we're off to Tess and Morgan to see a lovely landscape in Amakhala.
Oh, and the landscapes here are so beautiful. You really can't compare them to anywhere else. We are spoiled for landscapes here. It is just too good. Now, I bet those 3 cheetahs are wishing some of those springbuck would come over. We haven't seen any springbuck in this part of the reserve in the last few days. There were some about a week ago. But we have just spotted 2 mountain reedbuck in this section, which is odd. Morgan's even never seen those here, so I don't know where they came from. Moved over from somewhere else. And I suppose you can kind of see why in this landscape there are mountains all over, so it would make sense for mountain reedbuck to be along here. But because there's a lot more predators on this side, they usually tend to be on that northern side. So, interesting. Very, very interesting to have them down here. That would be a perfect size for the cheetahs too. Now, the cheetah brothers have promptly gone back to sleep, so we figured let's come and soak in a little bit of a view and just kind of let it all sink in from the eventful morning that we have had. It has been rather wild. I definitely think this has been one of the coolest mornings for me on Amakhala, with zebras fighting the way they did, jackals tackling each other, and then cheetahs trying to tackle warthogs and ending up the losers by far. A really eventful morning at Amakhala. Dahlia, thank you for joining us for Escape to Nature this morning. It has been wild and beautiful and crazy and just amazing. Action-packed. Absolutely loved being out here today. And luckily for myself and Morgan, it doesn't end here. We get to come back out for sunset safari, which is super exciting. I think we'll have to come back and check on the amigos and see how they're doing. See what they're up to, which shenanigans will they get up to next. But I think overall, especially now that the weather is clearing, it is turning into a beautiful day. I think we're going to be in for a fun afternoon. And it really has been an absolute pleasure having everyone with us this morning for Escape to Nature. So thank you for being out here in the wild. Thank you for appreciating nature with us and letting it come to us. And isn't it amazing what happens when we kind of let it unfold and watch from a distance and just spend that time allowing things to play out on their own. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but with the sun coming out, it looks greener than it was yesterday and the day before. This rain really has brought all of the fresh life and energy into the bush, that little boost that it needed. But we still need a lot more. We are still in a state of drought here. Don't listen to the greenery, it's lying to you. We're still hoping for more rain. Maxine, I'm excited to see you on Sunset Safari. Thank you for sticking around to see what happens a little bit later on. I think that's going to be a lot more fun this afternoon as well. And it'll be great to have the other teams too, the normal sunset teams. I think we're going to have an action-packed afternoon. The breeze is picking up, and it's going to be a great way to end Escape to Nature with this view. Thanks again to everybody who joined us, for all of the comments, for interacting, for asking us questions, and just for escaping to nature with us. It has been an absolute pleasure having you with us today. If you want to keep it wild, please do stay tuned on the channel, and you can join us again later, 3:30 p.m. Central African time, for the next live show, which will be Sunset Safari. We're all excited to have you there, so wherever you are, enjoy whatever you're going to be doing for the next while. I know we will. We're going to enjoy some good lunch. We're going to get ready to catch up with the amigos later. But have a great day, and we'll see you at 3:30 p.m. Central African time. Bye, everyone.